Commissioner Hoff, you have something to say.
About this, yes, may I?
Oh, please go ahead, Commissioner Hoff.
I would like to recognize Alex Bingham, our new city clerk designee, for her work on the recent election. That was no easy task. I served as one of the election inspectors in a precinct that was relocated just for this election, which was had previously been precinct 6 in City Hall, and we moved over to the community house, and it was everything was handled so smoothly, from the training. There were many training sessions, to the caliber of volunteers. I thought everything was handled beautifully, and I want to recognize Alex. This was her first major election in Birmingham, and she did a terrific job. So we all owe her a debt of gratitude.
Absolutely. Thank you. We echo your sentiments, Commissioner Hoff. Thank you, our clerk, Ms. Alex Bingham, for all the hard work. Uh, Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to note that I've had a text from a member of the public who says they're not hearing any audio from this broadcast.
Oh, thank you for that. Eric, did you get that?
Yep, already fixed.
Already fixed, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you. All right. With that, we go to a wonderful recognition of the mayor. And I think we have a presentation to me by Mayor Pro Tem Long.
We certainly do, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Fellow commissioners, staff, and members of the public, last November seems like a long time ago. When Mayor Boutros became mayor, the world was a different place. There was no way to predict the challenges that lay ahead, and that the role of mayor would need to grow and change to meet these challenges. Our city's charter says that while from a voting standpoint, the mayor has no more power than any other commissioner, the mayor is our presiding officer and assigns to him the role of, or her, the role of chief executive head of the city. The charter goes on to say, the mayor's executive head of city government shall be the director of the emergency services forces for the city and shall be responsible for their organization, administration, and operation, working through the city manager and the coordinator. In the early weeks and months of the pandemic, Mayor Boutros was a reassuring and calming presence, keeping residents informed and giving them confidence that the city was doing everything necessary to respond to this crisis. In a normal year, the mayor would be able to engage with our residents at our traditional community celebrations. All of that was upended this year, and the often ceremonial role of mayor became much more. Mayor Boutros rose to this challenge. Beyond the pandemic, when outrage roiled communities across the country in response to the death of George Floyd, Mayor Boutros signed a proclamation on social injustice, condemning this killing and all forms of racism and discrimination, and committing Birmingham to work towards a more just society. I'd like to thank Mayor Boutros, for myself and the community, for his leadership, for his personal integrity, and for his insistence on doing the right thing for our community. With City Manager Valentine's assistance, we present him with this virtual gavel in recognition of his service.
Thank you so much. Yes. Mayor Pro Tem, thanks again. I'm honored to receive this. I'm humbled to have this in my hand. I thank you again, Mayor Pro Tem Long, and my fellow commissioners. There's a new normal as a result of a global pandemic that none of us ever imagined, nor will likely see again. We, as a city, a community, as friends, family, and neighbors, we came together and adapted, not to just deal with this terrible disease, but to support and help each other overcome. I could say that has been a privilege to serve this year as Birmingham's mayor. And of course it has, but more importantly, it has been an honor to serve this city, a community that cares not just for the best services, the finest schools, a downtown district second to none, but more importantly, a city that cares for one another. That is the true definition of a great city. Although we have had this pandemic, we still continued various initiatives and continued the city's strategic vision to ensure Birmingham strengthens its position as the premier community to live, conduct business, and enjoy a quality of life second to none. This comes from the hard work and dedication of my fellow commissioners, our citizen volunteers, the city manager, and the whole entire city staff. Each of you has my sincere appreciation for your contributions during my term as mayor. And last, as an unseen hero, my lovely wife, Beatrice. I hope you're watching. Beatrice, who has been supportive and understanding during all those late nights spent on city business. And my children, for their support and understanding over the last year serving as mayor for this great city. I thank you again. With that, I have goosebumps and tears in my eyes, but all good. We'll move on to our next organization of the City Commission. I would first, as the screen blinking on me, I apologize. I'm losing sight of everybody, but here we go. The screen is back. Would like to take nomination for temporary chair. Mayor Pro Tem Long.
I'd like to nominate Mayor Boutros as temporary chair.
Okay, thank you. Will the clerk call the vote, please?
1 second. Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thank you, Alex. Now I do accept, we're gonna go through the election of mayor and mayor pro tem. It's the normal procedure yearly. I'll start taking nomination for the mayor from city commissioners. Mayor Pro Tem Long.
Thank you, Mayor Boutros. A year ago, I was proud to nominate you as mayor, and your year as mayor has been extraordinary. Life as we knew it has been upended and paused. This pandemic has brought fundamental changes to the way we work, socialize, shop, attend school. For the safety of our residents, our community celebrations were canceled. But with calm and grace, you, Mayor Boutros, rose to the challenge that the pandemic presented and demonstrated strong leadership for the residents of Birmingham. The mayor, at a time unprecedented in modern history and in his role as Director of Emergency Services, issued weekly updates to an uncertain and frightened public. These challenges continue as the pandemic is resurgent, and they will continue to impact our lives for months to come. And if COVID and its economic consequences to our city were not enough, we now have upheaval in the city administration. Our city manager and assistant city manager have resigned. Our human resources director has announced his retirement, and we have a vacancy in the all-important job of city engineer. And our clerk designee awaits her full appointment shortly. If there was ever a time for stability and continuity, it is now. Mayor Boutros has led us ably in this extraordinary year, and this experience will serve the residents of Birmingham in the challenging months to come. I therefore, with confidence that unprecedented times call for unprecedented actions, nominate Mayor Pierre Boutros to a second term as mayor of Birmingham.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Long. Do we have any other nomination? Seeing none. Mayor, Commissioner Hoff?
Yes, I'd like to make a comment, please. Although I agree with much of what Mayor Pro Tem Long has said, and I have worked with Mayor Boutros for the past 5 years, and I am well aware of his strengths and his weaknesses. I think that he is a tremendously personable, outgoing gentleman. He has always treated everyone with respect, and he has done his best to chair our meetings. This was a most unusual year, and it was a difficult year, and he certainly didn't have an opportunity to participate in the mayor's position fully because usually there are so many other activities. That said, this is as I enter my 20th year on the City Commission, which I'm very proud of and which I've enjoyed thoroughly, and I hope I've made a contribution. I want to say that this is unprecedented to elect the same person as mayor, especially when we have 6 other very capable commissioners. That said, I think just as Mayor Pro Tem Long has said, this is an unprecedented time. We are at a very unusual state of affairs in Birmingham. Birmingham usually has a very solid leadership, very solid staff, and now we're finding things are a little bit different. In my opinion, and this is my opinion because as a senior member of the commission, we need a mayor who has more experience, who can step forward to help the incoming staff members, who can give direction to the entire commission. And I feel that Mayor Boutros is not the person to do that. So although I like him, I respect him, I consider him a friend, he did a fine job this year, but I do not think that he is the person to be the mayor in the coming year. I think there are 6 other choices, and that's the way I feel about it. So I'm sorry, Pierre, I will not be supporting you for mayor.
No problem. Thank you for your comment, Commissioner Hoff. This is democracy. This is where we agree and disagree, and I respect where you're coming from. And I take criticism, constructive criticism at any time. I'm not perfect. Nobody is, and I don't admit to be perfect, and I have a lot to learn, and I'm learning as I come. But with that, any other comments? Any other nominations? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll? Oh, Commissioner Sherman has his hand. 1 second.
So I share Commissioner Hoff's comments as to the fact that right now we have to call you Commissioner Boutros.
Yes.
That you're a very personable individual, always has a smile, a kind word, and has served as mayor for the past year. But as a Mayor Pro Tem stated, that the job of being the mayor is, under the charter, the CEO. And as such, the CEO is responsible for the stability of the organization. And over the course of this past year, we have seen an unprecedented turnover in staff and departures from the city manager, the assistant city manager, the HR director, our current clerk, although we do have a designee in place, our engineer, and now I understand that our assistant engineer has tendered his resignation. I have heard through the grapevine that other staff members are looking to exit, and it's a direct reflection on what's happened over the course of the last year, and that is very troubling. In today's MML, the Michigan Municipal League publication, there was an article about council manager form of government. And I'm just going to take there's a selected portion here. It says, under commission manager government, officers and employees are selected for experience and ability rather than for their influence on election day. And since administrative offices tend to become more or less permanent, the city manager and his subordinates have more time, experience, and ability to properly investigate and decide the increasingly complex problems which confront them. This stability of municipal organizations results in the most valuable of all government assets, a consistent, progressive, thoughtful municipal policy of development. That's lacking. We have lost that stability. And as such, this is a time that we need more experienced leadership than can be provided by Commissioner Boutros. I cannot support his appointment as mayor for a second term. And I am also very troubled by the manner in which the decision to appoint him was reached behind the scenes in a round robin fashion. And the 4 votes or 5 votes, I believe there'll only be 4, will confirm that that is what had occurred. So I would question whether this is the type of leadership that we need at the city at the present time.
Great, thanks for your comment. Commissioner Sherman, any other comments? Commissioner Host?
In case Beatrice wasn't listening to your speech, I'm going to tell her the nice things you said.
Thank you, Commissioner Host. I appreciate you. I think she is, maybe she is. Commissioner Nikita?
Yes, I would just, in reference to the nomination, I'd like to make a couple comments. Again, one of the things that I think we all have recognized clearly is that this has been an unprecedented year for a number of reasons. COVID's only one of them. There are a number of reasons why it's unprecedented. The challenge that I see is the fact that leadership is a critical element moving forward, and experience in leadership is a critical element. As much as I think that this year has been very challenging, I think the city manager and Mayor Boutros worked very, very hard together. I know there was a lot of communications, extra communication, trying to get some of the information out to the citizens, to the business community, to the public on what it has, what's the expectations due to COVID and such. But beyond that, and I think that was exceptionally done, and I think Mayor Boutros and City Manager Valentine did a great job at pulling that together. And there are many positive things that I can say about Mayor Boutros, as I've known him now for 5 years, directly working with him on the city commission. But as I look back at the variety of different things that we have now come upon, which is COVID being one, of course, as I mentioned, but the notable loss of key leadership in our staff, starting with our exceptional city manager, and much of which is only happened in the last couple of months. As was stated, a whole series of leadership positions are now vacant, and we do not have people to fill those spots. And it goes down the list from manager to engineer to a whole series of others. And that's very concerning to me, that lack of position moving forward. The other thing is, we are in a position now to select a city manager moving forward. We have to now find leadership for our significant sized staff and the leadership of our department heads. That is going to be a challenge, no matter how we look at it. And whether we would go one way or another, we're looking at a couple of different options. That experience, again, the key experience of transitioning from one city manager to another, of searching for a city manager, of negotiating with a city manager, of selecting a city manager, and working with that city manager going forward. That is something that takes a lot of work and a lot of experience, of which, unfortunately, Commissioner Boutros does not have. And so I'm very concerned that we have commissioners with all of that experience available to work with. And I feel that this is a high level challenge, and I'm concerned of the position of Commissioner Boutros going forward with an unprecedented, or at least in the last 70 years, an unprecedented second term in a row moving forward. I feel that this is a challenge that we can do better with addressing with higher levels of experience. And I'm only interested, and the only reason I'm saying any of this, because of one thing. I'm concerned, as I always am, in what is the best thing for the city moving forward. What is the best thing for the city moving forward? This isn't personal. It's not about anybody, pro or con or anything. It's, in my perspective, after 23 years of working with the city in one capacity or another, going on 12 years as a city commissioner, 2 times as mayor, I have to say that what is in the best interest of the city is a high level of experience covering all of these different things that I mentioned. And I'm concerned that Commissioner Boutros isn't in the best position to do that at this time.
Okay. Any other comments from commissioners? Seeing none. I apologize for the public. We can't take, yeah, Commissioner Baller, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I'm sorry. I feel compelled to respond and say that as this was the second time I've been through this. I don't really remember the particulars of the first time, but there careful listeners in the community will have heard one of my colleagues make an accusation tantamount to a violation of the law. So a reference to round robin is a reference to the Open Meetings Act. And we seem to live in a time when allegations are made without evidence. We've seen it over the last week, and that may have emboldened my colleague to do that. I will tell you that for the community's benefit, this time around, I, for one, received a call from Mayor Boutros soliciting my support for him. I also spoke with someone else about the position of Mayor Pro Tem. I spoke with Commissioner Hoff yesterday at length. I did not receive a call from Commissioner Sherman. I did not receive a call from Commissioner Nikita. So if they were interested in the position, then I suppose they could have called me and asked me for my support and given me their reasons. In this case, I agree with everything that Commissioner Long said, and I think we ought to just move on. And I'm all for voting on this. And I'm not. I've said what I've said. If there is evidence of any wrongdoing here, then one should bring that forward. Otherwise, I think we just need to respect the process.
Thank you, Commissioner Baller. Any other comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Host?
I'm glad Beatrice was listening. I want to say that, yes, this is unprecedented, and I am very pleased to be part of an unprecedented situation where I would love to have our mayor continue, because these are difficult times, and I truly feel Pierre gives his heart and soul to this, and more importantly, he's a gentleman. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Host, for your comment. Any other comments from the commissioners? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
No,
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
No.
Commissioner Sherman,
No.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, I guess I'll vote for myself. Now we elected the mayor, which is the same mayor has been a mayor last year. Now we go to the nomination for the mayor pro tem next. Commissioner Baller, I see two hands. Baller, go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A year ago, I had the pleasure of nominating Therese Long as Mayor Pro Tem, and when she has had to sit in for you, she's done a good job. In addition, I think she can claim the distinction of having helped to spearhead what may have been the most successful bond issue in Birmingham history, although I haven't been alive the whole time. The approval by more than 9,500 voters, 70% of the electorate in last week's election, of the $11.25 million Parks bond issue. So to continue the leadership team we've been blessed with over the last year, I'd like to nominate Therese Long to another term of Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Commissioner Baller. Any other nomination? No? Any comments? Seeing none? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Sorry. Commissioner Baller,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long.
Yes.
Thank you, clerk. With that, we will take the oath. The mayor and the mayor pro tem. And Alex, go ahead. Mayor pro tem Long, if you may stand and raise your hand, I guess. Alex, you lead on that.
We've done all of our other oaths at City Hall at a different time.
We have to do it now as I have to conduct the meeting.
Okay. Hopefully I have it memorized.
Yeah. Let's
sorry.
stand, Mayor pro tem.
All right. Sorry. So, I think it is, I do solemnly swear to, I don't have it memorized word for word. It's in the book at work and I haven't done this yet.
Can we pause for a second so we could get it? Because we
Can
have,
you get the oath book from downstairs?
sure, it'll be a second. No worries, Alex. Joe ran, okay? Just 1 second.
I was disconnected for a while. Did we pledge allegiance?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't have the oath memorized and I didn't realize that we were doing that tonight. Because all the other board appointment oaths we've done at a later appointment. So we're getting the oath really quick so that I can say it correctly.
All right, we have it. Thank you, Joe.
I have it up here too. I just found it on the city charter.
Hey, let me know when you're ready.
Okay. Go. Oath of office.
She got it.
Okay. All right. So raise your right hand and then say I do after me.
Okay.
I do solemnly swear or, oh, it just disappeared. Give me one more second. I find it and then it disappears on me. Where'd it go? Come on. Section 31. Okay. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution of this state and endeavor to secure and maintain an honest and efficient and administration of the affairs of Birmingham, free from partisan distinction or control, and to perform the duties of office of mayor and mayor pro tem according to the best of my ability.
I
I
do.
Good, thank you, Alex. All right, Mayor Pro Tem, you may proceed with your comments, please.
Thank you, Mayor Boutros.
Yes.
Thanks to you, Mr. Mayor, and to my fellow commissioners for their continued support and confidence. I'll be honored to serve again as Mayor Pro Tem as we continue to navigate this difficult time. It's been gratifying to work with the residents of Birmingham who care so much about our community. I've appreciated the opportunity to talk to many of them over the past year and to hear their hopes and concerns for the city. The next year will be challenging, but also exciting. With the overwhelming approval of our Parks and Recreation Bond, our residents can look forward to planning to upgrade our beautiful parks and recreational amenities. And we will continue to work to support our neighborhoods, our retailers, and our restaurants until we come out on the other side of this pandemic. Finally, I'd like to thank my husband and my family for supporting me in my service to the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Long. I'm truly humbled and honored to be asked to continue serving as mayor of the city of Birmingham. As I said earlier, this past year has brought unique challenges. But with a year behind me, serving you as mayor, and the experience of 4 years on the city commission, I now could say I have additional experience and skills that I can apply to be an even more effective mayor. I look forward to applying these skills, not only to maintain stability within our city, but to achieve new successes in the year to come. Thank you again. Next item on the agenda, we have the appointment of Mr. Mayor to the Retirement Board. Do I have a nomination to concur? Yes, Commissioner Host.
I'll nominate the mayor for the retirement board.
Okay.
Please.
Thank you. We don't need a second, right? No. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes. Thank you, Alex. We go to item F, which is appointment of our Mayor Pro Tem, Therese Long, to the Retirement Board. Commissioner Hoff?
I'll nominate Mayor Pro Tem Long to the Retirement Board.
Okay. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes. Thank you, Alex. Now we go to item G, which is appointment of the mayor, which is myself, to the Retirees Healthcare Fund Committees.
I nominate Mayor Boutros to the
Sure.
Retirees Healthcare Fund Committee.
Okay, with that, clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thank you, Alex. Now we go to appointment to any commissioners to the Triangle District Corridor Improvement Authority. The members shall be appointed by the mayor, subject to approval by the city commission. I may ask Commissioner Sherman, as he is currently serving on this authority, would you like to continue on that so I can nominate you?
Yes.
Therefore, I'd like to appoint Commissioner Sherman to the Triangle District Corridor Improvement Authority. Do I have a motion for that?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. With that, will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Ballard,
Yeah.
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thank you, Alex. We go to our last appointments of a commissioner to the Foundation for Birmingham Senior Residents, and the members shall be appointed by me. And I'd like to ask Commissioner Hoff, since she's currently serving on that. Are you still interested in serving, Commissioner Hoff?
Yes.
Awesome. I would like then to appoint Commissioner Hoff. Do I have a nomination for that? Commissioner,
Nominate
all right,
Commissioner Hoff for the Birmingham Senior Residents Foundation.
thank you, Commissioner Haas. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Ballard,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Is that me? I'm sorry, it glitched out. Is that me?
yes, Commissioner Nikita,
I'm sorry. Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thank you, Alex. That conclude our appointments for tonight. And we go to open to the public for matters not on the agenda. Do we have any public comments? I see three hands. Mr. Bloom, please state your name and address and go ahead with your comment.
Thank you. David Bloom. I live in Birmingham. There were some comments made by three of the commissioners as to why, Mr. Mayor, you should not be appointed mayor again, reappointed. The way that you handled yourself in the face of stinging and what I feel and what you probably feel was seriously wrong and undeserving criticism and a personal attack on your capability. The way you handled yourself demonstrates to me that you're probably more qualified than anyone else sitting up there tonight to be our next mayor. For someone to sit there with a smile on their face and graciously accept the criticism, the disgusting criticism hurled at them, hurled at you, and the way you handled it, I'm totally supportive of what just happened. What I heard at least two of the other three commissioners say is that you're responsible for the exodus of staff from City Hall, which, as a follower of someone of what goes on there, I totally believe is wrong. And I think anyone that follows what's going on in Birmingham would know it's wrong. So to take criticism like that with the grace that you did, God bless you, Mr. Mayor. One of the criticisms against you came from another commissioner who's an attorney who lost his law license in 2017 for lying and
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
No, Mr. Sherman.
Mr. Mayor,
You
I
lost
would
your
ask
law
that,
license for
this is
dishonesty.
about to become a personal attack.
It's not.
And we
What
don't
I'm
allow
saying is
personal
your
attacks within
credibility-
here.
Your credibility
Mr. Bloom is out of order.
is not.
Mr.
what we
Bloom is
need in
out of
Birmingham.
order, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Sherman, Mr. Bloom, please, let's not do any personal
So,
attack. I don't
I'm
believe
just
you
saying
did,
there's
but-
a lot of pot calling the kettle black here, and I'm very happy with the outcome of you being our next mayor. And
Thank you.
I wish you the best of success in that endeavor. And I know that being mayor was not easy, and it will not be easy the next year for you either. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Mr. Rinschler, go ahead with your comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really have been trying to avoid making public comments because nobody likes to hear from.
Please state your name for the record, Mr. Rinschler.
Gordon Rinschler, 959 Oakland Avenue, Birmingham.
Thank you, sir.
As I was saying, I've been trying to, listening to meetings, but not making comments because nobody wants to hear from the old commissioners. But I was moved tonight to do that because I was so embarrassed by what I saw from the longest traditions, and the three commissioners who have been on the board longest know this, was to not state publicly your objections to someone being appointed mayor. And I know that personally because I have strong objections to a certain mayor appointment that because that person was involved in some civil actions that were quite embarrassing, I thought. And I didn't say a thing. And the way that was handled was they just voted, and when they got the 4 votes, they just stopped. So we didn't have the embarrassment of people actually voting no, and people actually publicly stating things about why they didn't support the mayor. So I felt tonight was the lowest point in the behavior of the city commission, and I fully endorse Mayor Boutros to go forward and Mayor Pro Tem Long. And I think the three so-called experienced commissioners should reevaluate some of their positions and kind of check in with what they've actually done here tonight, which is in my mind is embarrass the city and embarrass the city commission and make me less proud to have been a city commissioner. I'm sorry for that. I don't plan to speak anymore on any other subjects, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your patience.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Rinschler. Mr. Reagan, go ahead, please state your name and address for the record.
Paul Reagan, 997 Purdy. I'd simply like to congratulate you and Mayor Pro Tem Long for your new appointment, but I'd also like to thank you for the prior year. Refreshing, the civility is just, you know, it's just wonderful to have a commission that you can be proud of. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Reagan. Mr. A.H., please state your name for the record and go ahead with your comment.
Hello, Mayor Boutros. Sorry, Zoom updated and deleted all my profile. This is Andrew Hague, Birmingham. First of all, congratulations, Mayor Pro Tem, on your re-election. I'm pleased to see that's happened for both of you. Genuinely pleased. And I would like to say Mr. Bloom, Mr. Rinschler actually both had some very interesting and very supportable comments there, because I have to admit, initially when you were first elected mayor last year, I had some doubts. And I'm going to say here quite publicly, you have impressed me over the last year. And I'm now pleased that you are mayor again, because I honestly do not feel that there is any other commissioner, however much they claim to have experience or however many decades they've been doing the job, could actually have done anything differently or better given the circumstances of the last year. Because the last year has been exceptional and not one of you has the experience to have maneuvered your way through it. So any claim of knowing better, I think, is utterly misrepresenting any abilities. It wouldn't be true. You all had to learn. The other thing that I would like to say, and I was genuinely surprised by Mr. Rinschler's comments and quite pleased to hear them. The commentary about experience and time on the commission being more valuable than anything else, and that recent events have precipitated some of the departures and rumored departures. I think that what's happening there is those that are looking at it that way are the ones that are entrenched in an old and out-of-date mindset. Because having just heard 3 of you pitch for re-election, basically, it was not very interesting because you're looking backwards. This is not looking forwards. The last year has been exceptional. There have been many different things that have happened for every single person. There is no one person that has been unaffected by this. And we need to look forwards. So if you're thinking that rolling back on an experience and in the past and the good old days is the right way, I think you're actually wrong. We need to look forwards. We need to be proactive for our future and perhaps bring in new ideas. there is a record of the strife within City Commission and the I forget the name. There was a specialist was brought in to help you with communication issues, and listening to 3 positions being postured, it shows where the communication issues are coming from. It was rude. It was unsupportive. And I just would like to say that I have been, like I said to begin with, I'm impressed by the mayor's handling. And also, like Mr. Bloom said, the criticism and the personal attacks that were just levied just now, unnecessary, very rude, and I think he took it very well. And that actually impressed me again, which I was surprised by. So just a little point there. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Hague, for your comment. Any other public comments? Eric, help me out. I don't see any hands. None? Oh, I see.
Samantha.
Yes, Miss Samantha, please state your first and last name and your address for the record, please.
Hi, I'm Samantha at 160 Larchley. I have more of a question, than a comment. I was just wondering, and maybe I got the meeting confused, that this was supposed to be about the interviewing for the city boards, like the design review board. Cheryl Aft gave me the Zoom information. I guess I attended the wrong meeting.
It's Miss Samantha, it's the next meeting on the 23rd.
Okay, no problem. She told me November 9th, but I will definitely put that in my calendar. Would it be the same meeting information?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate
And
it.
please feel free to call the main office should you have any questions. Main
Okay.
number for City Hall. Thank you so much.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
I appreciate it.
Yep, you're welcome. Any other public comment? Seeing none. Okay, we move to our consent agenda, which is all items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion and approved by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of the items unless a commissioner or citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered under the last item of new business. Commissioner, would you like to remove any item from the consent agenda? None. Public, would you like to remove any item from the consent agenda? Great, seeing none, may I entertain a motion? Commissioner Host, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to make a motion.
Go ahead.
That we approve the consent agenda.
Any second?
Second.
Commissioner Baller, second. Any comments? Commissioner? Public? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Baller,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawes,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thank you, clerk. With that, we go to our unfinished business. We have item A, which is a resolution accepting the resignation of our city manager, Mr. Joe Valentine, and to appoint a subcommittee of the city commission comprised of 3 members and to recognize Mr. Valentine for his years of service to the city of Birmingham. And we have but I'd like to take those two separate resolutions, if you don't mind. Why don't we start with the first one? Commissioner Hoff.
How would you like to handle this?
I'd like to handle them as 2 separate resolutions, Commissioner Hoff.
Well, but the first one has blanks in it. Do you want people nominated or volunteer?
Absolutely.
How would you like to handle this?
Any volunteers who would like to sit on that subcommittee?
Okay, I would.
Commissioner Hoff.
Thank you.
Any other? Mayor Pro Tem Long?
I would volunteer.
Awesome. So we have Hoff, Long. Any other volunteer? I can't nominate myself, so I can't, but let's hope some other commission will be interested.
Do we have to have three, Mr. Mayor?
Um,
I mean, how about two dynamos?
it's, if there's no other volunteers, it'll be fine. Commissioner Sherman, I see your hand.
Mr. Mayor, would you like to be nominated?
I'd rather not to.
I was just asking because you made a comment that you couldn't nominate yourself.
Yeah, no, I don't want to. Okay, we can take two. Commissioner Hoff,
I'll make the motion.
go ahead.
I'd like to move the resolution accepting the resignation of City Manager Joe Valentine and appoint a subcommittee of the City Commission comprised of Mayor Pro Tem Long and Commissioner Hoff to recognize Mr. Valentine for his years of service to the City of Brunk.
Second.
Okay. Comment on the motion? Commissioner Baller.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's clear. The intent is to meet and not to have the subcommittee recognize Mr. Valentine, but to come up with recommendations on how we, as a community, should recognize him. So I want to make sure that's clear. I think we understand it. It's not explicit in the motion, but if it's good enough for you, it's good enough for me.
Thank you, Commissioner Baller. Any comment on the motion? From the public? I see none. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Hoff,
Commissioner Hoff, we did not hear you.
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Valor,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes. Thank you. Now we take the second part of the resolution is to appoint our police chief, Mark Clements, as an interim city manager designee to begin a transition and serve as an interim city manager effective January 1st, 2021. If a city manager is not appointed by the state, subject to finalization of an interim wage rate through the city's labor council. Do we have a motion? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Long.
Yes, I'd like to make the suggested resolution to appoint Police Chief Mayor Mark Clements as interim city manager designee to begin a transition and serve as interim city manager effective January 2021 if a city manager is not appointed by the state, and so on.
Thank you.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Host. Any comment on the motion by the commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Baller.
Yeah, I see that Chief Clements is here, and hi, there he is. He just and I just wanted to
Commissioner Baller, address me first, if you don't mind.
yeah, I'm addressing you. I just
What would
noticed
you
that
like?
he was here and waved to him.
Okay.
No, there was an article that was quite illuminating in Burb last week, or actually, or last month. It was an interview with Chief Clements. I was very impressed with it, and you know, it began to tell me a little bit about him and his biography that's been included in tonight's agenda. Further illuminates his experience, with which I am greatly impressed. And it's always nice to get to know people a little bit better. This is, I just maybe thought that he might want to make some remarks to us, or we might want to ask him a couple of questions. I have no doubt about his you know, ability to assume this position, but and I might kick off the questioning, as I think that any member of the public who's watching what's going on in the city might be concerned. I understand, Mayor, that Chief Clements's top assistant is Commander Scott Gruey. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Commander Gruey has been assigned to sort of oversee the parking system. No small feat. Is that correct?
That is correct to my knowledge. Yes.
Okay. So my question to Chief Clements would be, what can you tell us that will assure us that the police department is got the attention it deserves?
Chief, please go ahead with your answer.
Sure, I appreciate that, and I appreciate all the commissioners' support. Obviously, the police department, police chief is my #1 priority, but moving forward, should the interim city manager position come to fruition, obviously we'll still have that to run as well as the city. But Commander Gruey is very capable. The parking system is a time consumption right now, but I think once we get some things squared away, which we're working on right now, I think come the first of the year, I think we'll be in pretty good shape there. And we do have a plan of attack that we'll be sharing with the commission moving forward in the not too distant future as to what we've been working on and where we think we're going there. So yeah. In addition to Commander Gruey, we also have 2 other commanders. We have a commander in the investigative division and a commander in the service division that also will be asked to do a little bit more.
Thank you, Chief, for the answer, Mr. Clements. Any other comments on the motion? A question? Commissioner Hoff, I see you. Go ahead.
Yes, I also had some questions and concerns, but I spoke to Chief Clements one-on-one and asked him if he felt he could take over the responsibilities of the city manager while maintaining the police department, because those are 2 big jobs. And as we've seen in the recent past, our city manager, Valentine, has worked endless hours. So I did ask Chief Clements if he was prepared to do this, and if he thought he wanted to and he could. And he assured me that yes, that he was interested, and I just want him to reiterate that tonight.
Chief Clements, go ahead, please.
Yeah, it's interesting. Thank you, Commissioner Hoff. Yeah, I think the only 2 people I see on the weekends, obviously I come almost to work almost every weekend, and I often see City Manager Valentine here, and we often exchange hellos as we work on a Saturday or a Sunday. But you know, at this stage in my life, I have 3 grown children. I'm very proud of. They're all doing well. I have the time and the gumption in my heart to still take on a challenge like this, and I think it's good to challenge yourself. And I think I look forward to taking on this challenge. I've reached out to all the different staff department heads to make sure that they're in line with what, me possibly running the show for a while until we find the commission determines who our next city manager will be. And I think I have the staff support, and I'm looking forward to the challenge.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Any other comments or questions on the motion from the public? None? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Baller,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes. Thank you, Alex. With that, we go to our item B under unfinished business. It's a discussion with Labor Council regarding our city manager candidate, Mr. Tom Marcus. With that, I'll hand it to Mr. Valentine.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you may recall, at our last meeting, we had some direction to engage Labor Council to have a conversation with Mr. Marcus, and Gori Sechatel with Keller Toma is our representative that we've been working with, and as she has reached out to Mr. Marcus and had some conversation with regard to terms that they have discussed. She has prepared a memo for your review, which is included in the agenda this evening, and I would like to now turn it over to Ms. Sechatel to walk you through her memo. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Valentine. Good evening, commissioners. It's nice to meet you. I don't think I've been in front of you before, so pleasure to meet you all. My name is Gari Sechatel. Again, I'm the city's labor counsel with Keller Toma. I did speak with Mr. Marcus earlier this week. I'm sorry, last week now. And the memo that I put together summarizes the items that he proposed in terms of an employment contract. And these were, obviously initial points of negotiation. I'm happy to go through them, and to the extent that there's any questions, I'm happy to answer those as well. So in terms of the length of the contract, Mr. Marcus is requesting a 3-year term, which may be renewed or extended by mutual agreement of both parties at the end of the 3 years. He did indicate that he would be available to begin in the city manager position on January 1, 2021. But he was also open to a transition week starting the week prior. He would not be in the city manager position because Mr. Valentine would still be in that role for that last week of the year, but he would be willing to come a week early to basically shadow Mr. Valentine for a transition period. In terms of a salary, Mr. Marcus is requesting a salary of $160,000 per year with yearly performance-based increases determined at the discretion of the commission, but with a guaranteed minimum increase that is the equivalent of the average increase of the city's bargaining units. So whatever the bargaining units are have negotiated, he would be looking at an average across the city's various bargaining units for a guaranteed minimum increase for each year. In terms of benefits, you may know that Mr. Marcus is a retiree of the city, and as such, he's currently receiving Medicare supplemental coverage through the city's retiree plan 712. He's also on Medicare. He's simply requesting that the city continue this arrangement. So he's not looking to take medical benefits other than what he's already receiving. Regarding life, disability, dental, and optical insurances, he's requesting that he receive the same level of benefits that he previously received from the city, which, as I understand it, would be similar to what is currently offered to current employees of the city. He's also proposing that with regard to the cost of life insurance, that he would contribute 20% of the cost. There's also a medical exam requirement in connection with life insurance. That is usually a yearly physical, or I'm sorry, I can't remember if it's yearly or every 2 years, but because the length of the contract is that he's proposing is 3 years, he's asking that either the medical exam occur at the halfway mark at 18 months or in year 2 of the contract. With regard to fringe benefits, Mr. Marcus is requesting in terms of vacation days, an initial bank of 15 days, which would be available to him on day 1. And that could be used for sick, vacation, personal days. And then he would accrue 25 days over the course of the year. And the accrual would be based on pay periods. So he would be accruing the equivalent of, whatever that math is, of 25 days over the course of the pay periods for each year of the contract. He's also requesting to participate in the illness allowance program and the holiday benefit program. As I understand it, these are programs available to other city employees. And then he's requesting that the city provide him a cell phone, computer, and or a tablet. With regard to the automobile allowance, he's requesting a $500 per month automobile allowance. Mr. Marcus indicated that he would be moving to Michigan. So he's requesting to be reimbursed upon submittal of receipts up to $15,000 in relocation expenses. With regard to retirement benefits, as I stated, he is a retiree under the city's defined benefit pension system. He is requesting to receive a defined contribution pension with employer-employee contributions consistent with the city's current plan. As I understand it, the pension attorney has indicated that that is something that could happen since he's a member of the closed DB program. He could go into the defined contribution program. He indicated that he will not need retiree health care because, again, he's already receiving Medicare. He is requesting that the city pay $10,000 into a deferred compensation plan. With regard to termination, of the contract, he is requesting that the notice period for the termination of the employment agreement be 90 days. Notice if he is the one that's ending the contract, and 30 days notice if the commission is the one that's ending the contract. He also suggested that in lieu of a 30-day notice period, if the city wants to end the contract, he would be willing to remain as city manager until the commission appointed a replacement. And regarding severance payments, Mr. Marcus is requesting salary continuation, so not a lump sum payment, of 12 months salary and benefits if he is terminated without cause. And then just miscellaneous, he was requesting the same or similar terms as was in his prior agreement with respect to the reimbursement of expenses, professional development, and indemnification. And then, as I noted, we did have a discussion about the fact that he presented to me that this package that he's requesting will result in savings to the city. It was a little bit less, I think, than what he was previously receiving. And the fact that he's also indicated that he will not require health insurance as a potential source of savings to the city. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions to the extent I'm able to.
Thank you, Ms. Sachetal. Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Sachetal? Commissioner Sherman, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Did you have an opportunity to look at his final contract with the city?
I don't know if it was his final contract. I was sent one of his contracts.
Okay. Do you remember the 160 that he is asking? Am I correct that that is less than what we were paying him 10 years ago?
That is what he indicated to me, yes. And like I said, the version of the contract I had, I don't know that I was able to confirm that, but that is what he indicated to me.
Okay. And my recollection was that we were paying the last, his last comp was like 167, plus he was receiving employment or health insurance, and we were making contributions into the DB plan.
And I think also the deferred compensation amount was a little higher.
I was just going to say, I think we were doing 15,000.
Yeah, I think it was higher than 10,000.
So he's asking for less than what we paid him 10 years ago.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Host, go ahead with your
yeah, I have two questions for Gora. Underneath the benefits, he, and this seems to be throughout, he's asking for the same benefits that he had. I mean, is he willing to take the same benefits that are currently offered versus the possibility that 10 years ago they were a little more comprehensive?
We didn't specifically talk about the benefits he had back then versus what the city's currently offering. That's certainly something that, if you want me to proceed, I would make clear to him that that's what is available.
Okay, and then the other thing is he's asking for 25 days off per year. I'm asking.
Yes, that's my understanding, yes.
Okay. So each year.
Commissioner Host, do you have any other questions? Are you good?
I think so. Under your miscellaneous, that would also be whatever is currently offered to our city manager would be given to him?
Yes, again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Baller, go ahead.
Mayor, is it appropriate to combine questions to council with comments on the?
Go ahead, feel free to ask her questions, combine.
Okay, so I have some questions and comments. So I'm going to go from least important to most important. How's that? I assume that the cell phone and the computer would remain the property of the city. He would have use of those. Is that reasonable?
I think that's reasonable. We didn't clarify that, but again, if you want me to proceed, that would be something that I would make clear to him.
Okay, that would be something I would just, it would be important to be in there,
Right.
which way it is. I wouldn't want there to be any false expectations on either side. With regard to severance, if it's paid out 12 months, or might we say also 12 months, or the number of months remaining on the contract, whichever is less.
That's certainly a reasonable counteroffer, I think, yeah.
Okay. My comments otherwise are that this seems very reasonable to me. And I have some concerns or comments about the term and other provisions that I would like to see in here. The term I would like to see is 2 years, not 3 years. But with the provision that we are perfectly willing to carve out a role for him after those 2 years that may allow him to stay on for more time, though not in the role of city manager, perhaps in some other senior role. And a couple things come to mind. One is that we're working on a joint services agreement with several other communities that one would hope by that time would require an administrator, and he might be a good fit for that. We also tonight reappointed Commissioner Sherman to the Carter Improvement Authority, which was created oddly enough under Tom Marcus when he was city manager, and with the express purpose of working on tax increment financing for the Triangle District, but in reality that that authority could have a lot of impact on development of the Triangle, which has been sluggish. We were also talking about changing the way we manage the parking system. And I think that there's some dovetail between how we manage the parking system in the Central Business District with how we might want to expand it into the Triangle District, and how that might work with the Corridor Improvement Authority. And if that authority ever took on an actual life, it would need an administrator. And again, I think Mr. Marcus would be excellent in that role. There's also no telling what else might come up over the next 24 months that we might see him where his skills might be appropriate. And the reason I say that is I would like to see us do a national search for a city manager who can take us into the well into the 21st century. Our last two long-serving, our last three city managers each served, well, not counting Mr. Bruner, but Mr. Kenning, Mr. Marcus, and Mr. Valentine each served the city for more than 20 years each. And I would like to be part of a commission that appoints a city manager who does, who is able to and will serve us for that sort of length of time. And so, and I'd like to do that sooner rather than later. So one provision would be that we begin that search sometime this summer with the goal of having a new city manager in place by, let's say, 6 months prior to the end of the 2-year term. So 3 to 6 months, so that there can be a good transition. And the last thing, and I think Mr. Marcus already agreed that he'd be willing to do this, and that is that I'd like the commission to have at least be given advice and consent over his appointment of his assistant city manager. So I could boil those down more quickly or read them off to you in bullet points. If we're going to make a motion tonight, I'm not going to jump the gun on that, but those would be elements of any motion that I would make.
Commissioner Hoff?
I would like to know, what is the correct procedure to proceed with this? Is this something that we throw out suggestions tonight? Or what is the correct procedure? Mayor, how would you like to handle this?
My understanding is we got to give some directions to Ms. Sashatal with any counter offer or with any directions or any suggestion as Commissioner Baller for her to take back to Mr. Marcus. With that, the objective here, Commissioner Hoff, if we have a consensus from the commissioners to go ahead and give direction to Ms. Sashatal to start drafting an agreement for our final approval. That's the objective of tonight's discussion. Ms. Sashatal, do you have any other, are we on the same page from your understanding, what your expectation of us tonight?
That was my understanding, was I would get some direction if you want me to proceed, how to proceed, and then I would communicate with Mr. Marcus and hopefully reach a tentative agreement where I could come back to you with a written agreement.
Awesome. Commissioner Hop, go ahead, though.
So will there be an opportunity? Commissioner Ballard threw out, I didn't count, but maybe 5 or 6 different ideas and suggestions. Will there be an opportunity for us to discuss each of them and come up with a consensus on it, rather than he throws out 5 and I throw out 3 and Commissioner Host throws out 2? How are we going to proceed?
I believe, I suggest, Commissioner Hoff, that I hope we don't have 5 and 6 things to throw back at Ms. Sashatal. I think tonight is to narrow down to as minimum to what really priorities we're looking for, an expectation of Mr. Marcus in this agreement. If we can reach that tonight.
Does the agreement include tasks that we expect?
Not tasks. It mean any changes to what he proposed as through our Labor Council, Ms. Sashatal right now. She gave us many bullet points. If you go one by one, do you agree to this? Do you agree to that? Or what don't you agree to? What would you like to change? That's how literally normally.
Do we include in it training of a assistant manager? Is that part of this agreement, or is that after you make this decision, then you talk about that?
You can put that, Commissioner Hoff, in the goals of the city manager. Ms. Sashatal, can you elaborate on that yourself?
Sure. If that is something that you're looking for in terms of performance from the city manager, I don't know that that necessarily needs to go in this document, although there's nothing that says it can't. And that would be something that the commission can give me some direction on, in terms of, we want to, put in specific performance goals. I think the draft contracts that I've seen that the commission has signed with Mr. Valentine and Mr. Marcus all generally referred to that he would be performing the duties of the city manager as outlined in the city charter, but did not explicitly enumerate what those duties are. So if there are specific things that you're looking for to include to ensure that contractually he's agreeing to perform those specific duties, then I can certainly take that list and propose that to him, and hopefully we'll come to an agreement and include those in the contract.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sashatal. Why don't we hear from other commissioners and see if there's any other changes or we have more consensus on to simplify this to give you a more clear direction, Ms. Sashatal. Mayor Pro Tem Blanc, go ahead with your comment, please.
Thank you, Mayor Boutros. I think that because this is a unique circumstance where we're looking to engage Mr. Marcus, as we said when we spoke to him, as sort of a bridge to get us from where we are to where we need to be with hiring a long-term city manager, and that these are, as Ms. Sashatal said, his initial points of negotiation. I think it would be appropriate to enumerate that in part of his role, that we would expect that he's being engaged to certainly serve as the city manager. I agree with a period of 2 years. but also that one of our expectations is while serving as city manager, that he will agree, as he did reflected in the minutes of our past conversation, to undertake and supervise a search for a permanent city manager, in some time period going forward, which we would expect that if that search was undertaken, if RFPs were led and that search was undertaken midsummer next year, that we might have a candidate in a year or so, and that would, overlap with the end of his 2-year term. I also agree with the point that we raised with Mr. Marcus about advice and consent on the hiring of the assistant city manager, just because that person would be expected to apply for that position when it became available. And again, because this is a bridge position rather than hiring someone we hope stays for 10 or 15 years, as we did with Mr. Valentine and Mr. Marcus before him, that making sure that those tasks get undertaken timely is important.
Commissioner Sherman, go ahead, please, with your comment.
I understand there's some concern about the 3-year term that he's asking for. He originally, in that email, there was some assumption that he was looking for 5 years. As I recall, Commissioner Baller specifically asked him if he would take a 3-year deal. And the response was yes. I think we have to be a little careful if we go below 3 years, because there is a cost, not just a financial cost, but there's a cost in relocating and coming back here. And I think we have to recognize that and make sure that if we're interested in bringing him back, we don't make an offer that he doesn't feel comfortable with, because that cost is more than, it's just not worth it to him. But I would suggest also that we have him do the search for an assistant city manager, and we consider doing a national search, with the idea being that we bring in someone as an assistant who would be then able to move up to city manager at that time. So we would be taking care of 2 issues at the same time. We would be bringing in hopefully a highly qualified individual that can learn about Birmingham, how Birmingham operates, and have the benefit of having been here for a few years. It worked very effectively when he trained the assistant city manager, who is now our current city manager. And I think we may want to look at that rather than doing a national search for a city manager. Maybe we start at the assistant level first. We may find what we're looking for and arrive in a better place than we would just bringing in someone off the street. And I use that colloquially. I'm not talking about just anyone, someone who would have the qualifications, but who is not familiar with the city.
Thank you, Commissioner Sherman. Commissioner Ball, let me give the floor.
I just want to make it brief, very brief.
Go ahead.
I want to read from the minutes of the meeting where we met with him. It says, when he wrote about staying with Birmingham, if hired for 5 years, he was not asking for a 5-year contract. He was saying that he could commit on his end to remaining for 5 years, should that be the will of the commission. He said he could also be flexible about staying for 2 to 3 years if the commission deemed that appropriate. So that is what the clerk heard him say. That's what I heard him say. I heard him say 2 to 3 years. So.
Thank you for the clarification, Commissioner Ball. Mayor, Commissioner Nikita, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I think it's important that we add, as part of our dialogue here, we pass along some of the things that I think that aren't included in this letter, but obviously that we see are important. And I concur with some of the comments about putting together some level of expectation from our end that Mr. Marcus would assist in the process of identifying a long-term replacement for him at some point. I think the issue is it's really in the details. To what degree are we going to ask for the transition of somebody coming in that would work under him, which is, are we looking for, as was suggested, an assistant? Currently, we're losing our city manager. We have already lost our assistant, so we're without both of those currently. I mean, clearly we have to fill some voids. So I think that there's a logic to looking at an assistant that could potentially become the long-term with some guidance. But I think we need to put that clearly in as something that we think is very important. And I would say that's a critical component, which goes along with the number of the points that have been made. The 3-year to 2-year term, I think is, 3 years will go very, very quickly. We're already into the new year before we blink, and we're looking at a whole series of gaps in our staff situation. So we're going to have to be filling those. We're going to have to deal with COVID continuing into the new year, at least hopefully not long, but at least to some degree. So there's a whole lot of sort of filling in the gaps, which is going to take, I think, a good portion of the initial year. My concern is that if we look at 2 years, that it's going to come very, very quickly, and we may not have the right amount of time. So I'm thinking that 3 years makes more sense. But I'd ask. I guess I would ask if Mr. Marcus has an opinion on that, because I think with his experience, he may have a concern about it. Plus, I think, as stated, moving here and all the expense and time and effort to move into this position for short term is concerning. I would just only lastly comment on the idea that you can take a city manager and after 2 years you can put that manager into another role for a period of time. I think that's extremely gray and it's not definable. And I think it's very difficult to sort of move someone at that level into another level, into another position, especially when that position really doesn't exist. So I think that's a big jump, and that wouldn't be an easy thing to achieve. So I would say that we need to really think about time as city manager for a period of time, and I'm thinking 3 years makes more sense.
Thank you, Commissioner Nikita. Commissioners, just want to remind you, for the sake of the time, we have a long agenda tonight. We have a couple of public hearings coming, so please let's be precise on directions for Ms. Sachetal as we can wrap this. Just my 2 cents on this, my understanding from the commissioners, we really want some security, sort of, Ms. Sachetal, how we inserted somehow in the legal agreement that obviously we're all concerned. We all want it to, by certain time in the second year, we should be comfortable that we have such a process in place, whether we have comfortable with an assistant manager that he brought in and he hired, or whatever comes first. If not, a national search to align to get whether an assistant manager or a manager, as we are all looking for a career manager. And we want to make sure that we never jeopardize a situation at City Hall where we don't have an assistant manager should something happen to a city manager, or vice versa. And we should have both at all time. So that's the consensus I got. I think we're all agreeing similar things. I'm not sure about the 3 or 2 years or 2.5 years. I can't speak for Mr. Marcus myself, but I'm comfortable either or. But please, Commissioner, let's make sure we have clear directions, and I think we're all speaking the same language. Commissioner Host.
Yeah, I think you do have consensus, Mr. Mayor, but I want to talk about the assistant city manager. Yeah, it'd be nice to have an RFP, and it would be nice if indeed that person was groomed to take over at the end of 2 years. However, I look at this as insurance. Tom Marcus is a bridge. He's transitional. He's insurance. And we need to have a national search because we are a plum. And as such, if we get lucky with the assistant city manager, fabulous. But we need to pursue the insurance route, which would be a national search as well. And I am only comfortable with 2 years, though I'm happy to go along with a 3rd year in some other capacity, just to show that we love them enough.
Okay, Commissioner Hall, please go ahead.
I like the idea that Commissioner Sherman presented of doing a national search for an assistant city manager. I agree. Everyone or what I've heard, several people have said they want a national search. I think a national search might be a good idea for an assistant city manager who then can be groomed. I see that as a very good positive step and will give us some time to assess the person who is hired as an assistant city manager. And Mr. Marcus will have time to work with him. There will be time because hopefully we will get an assistant city manager in less than a year, in 6 months maybe. And we will have time to look at them, see how they function. And if it doesn't seem to be working out, we would still have time then to go for a city manager, a national search. So I like that idea of including it. I like the 3 years. So I know we're trying to wind this up, but if you have some saying 2 years and some saying 3 years, that's a difference of opinion. We have to come to some consensus on that.
Commissioner Sherman, go ahead, please.
What if we got Mr. Marcus on the phone? And I mean, it sounds like the biggest sticking point we have here as to what to do is 2 or 3 years.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
I have a concern about the assistant city manager national search as opposed to a national manager search, because as it stands, the commission has no real input into the decision about hiring the assistant city manager unless Mr. Marcus would grant it to us, where if it as it traditionally works with a city manager, we do an RFP and we're involved in the vetting and the interviewing and the selection of the candidate. So if you're going to put all your hopes and dreams on this assistant city manager, I think we need to have some absolute assurances that it would be treated more like a manager search where the city commission would be involved in vetting and interviewing those individuals.
Commissioner Baller, go ahead.
Yeah, look, I think we're confusing a couple of things, and maybe I can, at least they sound confused to me, but I do have a question for council. This is a negotiation. The next step is to go back to him with our ideas. We're not,
correct,
what we say right now. So what is the timing? I assume that after it really isn't up to you. We could give you direction and tomorrow you could be on the phone with him. You come back to us, but when is the next time we are going to meet so that we can proceed, with all due haste on this negotiation? So are we going to wait 2 weeks to hear what you hear tomorrow? Or are we going to have a special meeting in a couple days? So that's one question, and we can answer it right now. I'm willing to put in overtime for the city. So if we need to meet during the week or later in the week on a day or two's notice, that's fine with me. Is that something that we're all willing to do?
Commissioner Sherman?
Before we answer that, our city attorney had indicated that we could not send Keller Toma back to Mr. Marcus, that we needed to conduct the negotiations in public.
Well, that's what we're doing.
Yes, but I think the idea was to have Mr. Marcus present. I believe that's what was in our city attorney's opinion.
We could, I believe, Commissioner Sherman, if you have a direct question to Mr. Marcus, I do believe because he's up north at an area, could not log into Zoom, but he would be more than happy to get on the phone, call me personally, as we did the last time, and ask the question. But again,
I think that would be a great idea.
Let me see or try if I can connect him and if he can answer. And I hope he's listening. I'm not sure, or Mr. Marcus, if you are listening to this or watching it on TV, um, would you mind please giving me a call as we speaking now, and I'll give it 2 minutes while we're discussing this. But before I do that, the city attorney has her hand raised. Mrs. Kacharik, you have something to add? Can we do that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is how I would suggest going forward. And because we are already looking, today is the 9th of November, so time is of the essence. And I'm hearing collectively that there may be a consensus. It's a matter of working out the terms of a potential contract. I really do believe that it is most efficient and best in satisfaction of the OMA and in transparency for the public, that you wait into an opportunity, perhaps have a special meeting and have Mr. Marcus present. In the meantime, council can send back to him your different thoughts, give him an opportunity to think and ponder rather being put on the spot tonight. And then collectively, he come back, commission, then all of you meet collectively in public to finalize these negotiations. And certainly he'd have an opportunity to step away, give it some thought, consult with his own attorney if he has one. And, you know, Mr. Marcus is a savvy man, but I don't think we should put him on the spot via telephone.
Okay, thank you, Ms.
That's the best way to proceed.
So please, let's wrap this up. As any more directions, any more clarification? Commissioner Baller, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I think we need to be clear on our direction. And I did want to, because it's not at all clear right now. And I wanted to suggest that we could think about the term of the contract possibly as something totally separate from his term as city manager. In other words, I would like to see the new city manager, a national search conducted and a new city manager in place within about 2 years, not about 3 years. That said, I have no problem paying Mr. Marcus for 3 years. I mean, it's not that much money. And in comparison with some of the other things we do, and I'm confident that he'll play an important role in the city during that extra year and maybe well beyond that. So, and I think that he may find it quite attractive. So, and I do think that the direction to the council ought to be very explicit, and our city attorney can opine on this, but I think we ought to have a motion and have that direction be given to her through a motion. I see her nodding her head. So I'm going to make a motion that we offer him 3 years, a 3-year term, but with the provision that we want, this is a provision, a condition, whatever, that we start a national search for a city manager in the third quarter of 2021, with the goal that we have a new city manager by December 31st of 2022, that the commission be given, so that's bullet point number 1. Bullet point number 2 would be that the commission be given advice and consent over the choice of an assistant city manager. That any severance be for 12 months or the number of months remaining on the term of his contract, whichever is less, and that the cell phone and computer remain the property of the city. All other terms in council's letter are fine with me. So that would be my motion. Did the clerk, I'm sorry, that was extemporaneous. I didn't prepare that. Was that clear enough for you?
Yes.
Maybe you want to read that back. Maybe we have a second. I don't know. I'll shut up.
Commissioner Baller, are you given directions also?
That's a motion. I just made a motion to give those direction to council.
Yeah.
To go back to Mr. Marcus.
Yes, but to go ahead and prepare an agreement based on what you said.
No, to negotiate on that basis, I think.
Okay.
We're not, this is what I think our response should be.
Go ahead, Ms. Sashital.
Thank you. I just want to clarify one thing. The national search for the city manager would start in the third quarter of 2021 with the goal that the new city manager be appointed by January 1st, 2022. That would be at the start of year.
No, December 31st. December 31st, 2022.
Okay.
So it gives them a year and roughly a year and a half, a year and a quarter.
Okay, thank you. And then with a 3-year term and the new city manager, in theory, starting by or being appointed by December 31st, 2022, what would Mr. Marcus's role be in year 3 of the contract?
So is there a way, I guess I would ask, is there a way, may I, Mayor?
Yeah, I just want to
Is there a way to separate the contract terms for salary and benefits and all that from the role? The role as city manager is 2 years. The contract term for employment is 3 years.
Commissioner Baller, if you may allow me just to say something, I'd just like to acknowledge that I just noticed that we have Mr. Marcus actually joining the Zoom. I'm looking at it. I missed it. I'm not sure if he just did as a guest.
Mayor, he just arrived, so.
Okay, I did not know. Okay, so he's joining on that call. But again, I respect Ms. Kacharik, our attorney's advice, and not to put things on their spot unless unless he wishes to say something, but not directive to more answering question or what year do you want, whether 2 or 3. But if you, Commissioner, if you'd like to hear anything from him, he's here. He's with us.
I would like to hear from him.
All right, Mr. Marcus.
Yes, can you hear me?
Mr. Marcus, good evening. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you for joining, and we appreciate your continuing of your interest in the city manager position of the city of Birmingham. You are well known to the community, Mr. Marcus, but I'll give you the floor, as I'm not sure if you had heard the whole conversation we've had.
Yeah, the reception's a bit spotty, but I've heard I think most of the conversation so far.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Marcus. The floor is yours with any comment you'd like to leave us with. And after the discussion you just heard from us, and go ahead, the floor is yours.
Well, the difference between 2 years and 3 years is a year. Maybe what we should try and do is compromise at 2.5 years or 30 months.
Okay.
I think somebody made the comment that, that first year is going to be rather busy filling other positions, and that's true. And so you have a number of positions that I think need some immediate attention. So I think we need to address those. I think the other thing is that while I'm interested in, the assistant and getting the assistant on board and trained, and that person should be trained to a point where hopefully they would be considered as a candidate when you go to a national search. But what I'd say is, to be clear, there's public processes that you can use so that assistant can be vetted. But Commissioner Baller used the term consent. I think that would be violative of the council manager form of government. Ultimately, the city manager makes that appointment. And while I would be glad to hear the commissioner's comments and even categorize that as advice, it would not be consent by the city commission. So I need to be clear about that. But I would take their comments very seriously and consider them in the evaluation of who that candidate would be. So that's a bit of a distinction, I think, that needs to be clear about how we do that. You know, I've done executive searches before too, and I don't have a problem with the thought process that you're looking for somebody that will be a, you know, a 2-decade candidate in service to Birmingham. I think that's great. And knowing that that's what your desire is, I think that a national search at the end of, you know, 18 months to 2 years or whatever that period of time is, would be appropriate. That's separate and distinct from the assistant manager. That would be a process that we need to get going on right away to fill that position. But it would, you know, in the way I think about it, there would be a significant public vetting of that position so that the candidates would be brought in. We'd do some public presentations, and we'd have the opportunity for the commission to review those candidates for the assistant position and then give me their advice about that before I made a decision. Again, my commitment to the commission would be that I would consider those comments very seriously. So I hope that addresses some of the concerns that I'm listening to and hearing. I personally, you know, I'd be willing to do the 2 years, but I think you're selling yourself short. And there is an issue of, you know, the investment cost of moving there. But, you know, I personally, I'd split the difference and make it 30 months or 2.5 years. And I think that's really a more appropriate time to get the things done that I heard you describe. So I think I could get those accomplished for you during that period of time and would work strenuously to make sure that I did get those things accomplished, in addition to, you know, the full-time manager duties that are extensive to begin with. Was there something else you'd like me to address?
Mr. Marcus, thank you. You've answered most of the concerns, but I'll leave it up to the commissioners. Any other clarification you'd like to get from Mr. Marcus? I see none. All right, Mr. Marcus. Any commissioners? Did I miss anybody?
Yeah.
Commissioner Nikita, go ahead.
Yeah, I brought up in earlier comments the timeline of we don't have anything in the letter that we've received in terms of a timeline. That's been discussed a bit now in terms of doing something by the end of this year, this coming year, 2021, having something in place by 2022. I'd be interested in hearing, I think that's important to put a timeline, at least a guide into our dialogue, into our, essentially into our expectations. And I would ask Mr. Marcus to give us his thoughts relative to that and whether or not that was realistic or if you had a suggestion otherwise.
I think you're pushing the edges of getting things done. And I would tell you that while we're all hopeful that the COVID issues move, you know, to a point where life resumes some semblance of normalcy, but I would tell you, I've watched searches around the country, been involved in some of those searches. They're taking much longer right now than they have prior to the COVID issues that we've dealt with. So I'm seeing searches where the first round, they don't find a candidate that is a good fit for the organization, either from the candidate standpoint or from the governing board standpoint, and they've gone into second rounds. When you go into a second round, you're adding 3-4 months to the process, because you have to go back out, re-advertise, talk about, and do some, and probably do some recruiting. So I think some of the comments I hear are a bit aggressive, quite frankly, about how we would be able to accomplish those things. In particular, because of the pandemic issues that we're all dealing with right now. And the other thing I would tell you is trying to select a candidate through Zoom is a challenge unto itself. Not having, the ability to see somebody in person, to look at, facial reactions, body language, all of those things that you pick up when you're face to face with a person is difficult in terms of the process. So more and more what I've seen is, and I've told you a couple of cities that I've observed the process in, I'm kind of a city manager devotee, obviously. I watch these things quite closely, but the point I'm making is inside candidates seem to be moving into the operation during this very stressful period of life we're all experiencing right now. And so if you're really looking to get somebody on a nationwide basis to come to Birmingham, which is not impossible, I think what you want to do is make sure that you get to a return where you can actually have somebody come to the community, make public presentations, interview in public against the competition, so that everybody gets to see them, that there's a comfort level there, that the commission feels good about who they're selecting for that long-term position. Again, I understood the issue about the commissioners, getting on with life and trying to get there, but from my standpoint, I think 2.5 years is a more reasonable time frame for me to pull all of those things for you together. And I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to move back, or I'm already a Michigander, so it's, it's just moving south of the bridge. But I'm willing to do that. Does that address your question?
I think it does, Mr. Marcus. Ms. Commissioner Akita, I don't want to speak for you. Did that satisfy? Yes.
No, absolutely. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the clarification. Commissioner Hoff, go ahead, please.
Well, a few minutes ago, before Mr. Marcus joined us, Commissioner Ballard made a motion. I didn't hear a second.
Nope, it was not seconded.
It was not seconded. So
Nope.
is that motion off the table?
I believe we should now, knowing what we know, Commissioner Baller, can we simplify things now, knowing exactly what we heard from Mr. Marcus, and make a motion suggesting to have a motion with simpler than you had. But Commissioner Sherman, go ahead.
I'm going to make that motion. I'm going to move that we direct the attorney to work out a contract with a term of 2.5 years with severance provisions, as Commissioner Ballard indicated. I'm sorry, and I don't remember what else was in. He had mentioned the cell phone and computer belong to the city, and I think those were what you had in your motion.
Timing of the search. Do we want to?
I think that has to, I would leave that open. We're doing the 2.5 years. I think we have to wait until we have some indication as to when we can bring someone in here to actually do a live search. And there are other positions that have to get filled before we start that. And I think if we have a 2.5 year term, there's sufficient time to do that and have an appropriate transition. From experience, Mr. Marcus did provide for a smooth transition when he retired or left the city the last time. So I don't have an issue there. That would be the motion. The 2.5 years the severance provisions as was suggested by Commissioner Baller, and the cell phone computer provisions also as was suggested by Commissioner Baller.
Second that.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Hoff. Alex, is that clear? Will the clerk please make sure that the motion is clear?
Motion by Commissioner Sherman to direct the city attorney to work out a contract with a term of 2.5 years with severance provisions as Commissioner Baller indicated, which would be a year or however many months is left, whichever is less, and then the cell phone and computer belonging to the city.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion, second. Any comment on the motion by the commissioners, please? Commissioner Host?
I just want to share with you, I started out, Tom, I started out thinking, well, 1 year, okay? Then maybe we got up to 18 months. I got all the way to 2 years, with the third year being kind of emeritus or something, just to show you how attractive you've made it for us. And I thank you for that, Tom. But I really can't go over 2 years with the discussion that I've heard. It's only 6 months, but it's 6 months more than I'm comfortable with. That's all. I think he's a great guy.
Yeah, Commissioner Baller, comment on the motion?
Yeah, I want to draw a distinction here for Commissioner Host and anyone else who is concerned about the term. We are free as a commission to direct him to begin a search for a new city manager at any time.
Right.
The 2.5 years to me is a monetary thing. And giving him 6 more months is 6 months less than I was willing to give him. So I think, you know, from my point of view, on the financial terms, we're 6 months better. And again, that national search for a new city manager will begin at our discretion, not his. And as far as I know, most of us will still be in office within, you know, the next 8 to 12 months, and we can make that decision if we feel it's important. So I just, that, you know, that's my comment right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Baller.
I would like to hear more discussion of it, though.
Other comments from the commissioners on the motion? Seeing none? Any? From the public on the motion?
Mr. Bloom.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Bloom. State your name for the record, please.
David Bloom, I live in Birmingham. Thank you.
Yes.
I think that using an attorney to go back and forth between Mr. Marcus is a way around the Open Meetings Act. And I think it's treading, I know how much more comfortable it is for everyone to have these kind of discussions in private. I understand that. Having these discussions through an attorney and not in public, I don't think is a good idea. I think it runs the city commission into potential trouble. In terms of the 2.5 years, from my perspective,
we are discussing it, Mr. Bloom, in public, as this is public meeting right now.
So the 2.5 years, I would do the last 6 months, the role of Mr. Marcus to be determined by the city, so that the city manager could, the new city manager could potentially begin after 2 years, and then Mr. Marcus could possibly work on another assignment, or at the salary, which Mr. Marcus proposed of $160,000 a year. It's actually reasonable from my perspective. So it would be a severance for him if he were to leave early. But I think that his role as city manager should be limited to 2 years, unless there's pretty much majority agreement of the city commission to extend that term.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom. Commissioner Sherman.
Just to clarify something that Mr. Bloom stated, the motion was not to have the attorney negotiate. The motion was to have the attorney prepare.
Correct.
So there is no Open Meetings Act issue. We're not asking the attorney to go back and forth.
Thank you, Commissioner Sherman. It's very clear to us. Yes, maybe Mr. Bloom had misunderstood the motion.
That's why I wanted to clarify.
Thank you so much. All right. Any other comment from the public on the motion? Seeing none. I think let's bring it back to a vote, guys, as we really have to go. Will the clerk please call the roll? Oh, sorry, Commissioner Baller. I 1 second.
Yeah, I don't know if it sounds to me like we're giving him what he wants, and I would like to know that if we approve this motion, he's going to accept the job, and we could all tell the community tomorrow that Tom Marcus is coming to town. Does he wish to comment as a member of the public on that?
Yeah, Commissioner Baller, I believe the right process here. I'm not the attorney, but I can tell you, I think we gave a very clear direction with our motion where we're going publicly, transparency. Right now, I think the Labor Council will draft that final agreement for our review and your vote publicly to hire him officially. I don't believe he's hired officially. I believe we gave him what he kind of asked for. We appreciate him compromising also. He met us halfway. I believe we're reaching a kind of a sort of an agreement. I should say a balance from both ends. That's how I see it tonight. With that, we don't want to put words in Mr. Marcus' mouth. I think we'll leave it alone and we'll go for the vote. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
No.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes. All right. Thank you, Mr. Marcus. Thank you, Ms. Sashetal, for your time.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful evening and feel free to stay with us. We're here for another hour. So
Thank you all.
you take care.
Mayor Boutros,
Yes.
yeah, may I speak?
Well, go ahead, Mr. Marcus. How did I see your name?
I want to thank the commission for their support, and I look forward to joining you in January.
Thank you, Mr. Marcus. We look forward to, hopefully we'll finalize an official agreement with you so we can publicly say Mr. Marcus has joined us. How about that?
All right, thank you.
Have a wonderful evening. All right.
Yeah, you too.
Take care of yourself. We're on item C under unfinished business, resolution directing the administration to issue the RFE for professional executive search firms and present submittals to the city commission for consideration, or to make the following changes, 1, 2, 3, whatever the commissioner desire. Any comment on this item, guys? Should we table this? Commissioner Hoff?
In view of our recent discussion, I would say that we shouldn't take any action on this at this time. I think that now we've made a major decision and we've gotten some input from Mr. Marcus, and I think we should just wait on this. It's written up very well, and we can just pull it out whenever we need it.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Hoff. Commissioner Baller?
Yes, and my question was prescient because he essentially just accepted the job, and so that if he hadn't, I would say, you know, we don't know what's going on. So I agree with Commissioner Hoff at this point.
Thank you, Commissioner Baller. Do I see any objection on that? I see none. I like that. We'll move forward. We would not take action on item C. Thank you. We go to new business. Our first item under new business is item A. It's a public hearing for 768 North Old Woodward, the French lady. This is the resolution to approving a SLUP, special land use permit, and a final site plans and design review application for the French lady at 768 North Woodward. And to allow the operation of a food and drink establishment in the O2 zoning district. With that, I'll leave it up to the staff. And I see Mr. Nicholas Dupuy has his seatbelt on. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Boutros, and hello, commissioners. Hope you're all doing well as always. So as introduced, the Planning Division received an application for special land use permit for a food or drink establishment in the O2, which is office commercial zoning district up at the north end of downtown Birmingham. Yes, it really is that simple. It's just that the O2 zoning district requires a special land use permit to operate a food or drink establishment. Currently, there are no liquor sales proposed. There are no liquor licenses involved. Obvious to you all, this was not a bistro application, so it's really just that thoroughbred food or drink establishment. And as you may know, the restaurant is currently open, but for carryout only as a specialty food retail store. Most recently, the building was home to LY Sushi. Other inhabitants used to be Cucina Medoro and the Old Woodward Deli. Those food and drink establishments seem to maintain legal non-conforming status in that building since at least 2008, as far as my research brought me. But unfortunately, the building was struck by a vehicle in 2019 and was vacant for about a year, which discontinued that legal non-conforming status that it previously held. The proposed new restaurant, the French Lady, again, maybe obviously, they plan to serve and are serving authentic French cuisine. It's your basic restaurant layout. It's got a kitchen in the rear. It's got a service counter with some baked goods and desserts up front. And they're proposing 28 chairs at 6 tables inside for full service dining. No outdoor seats at this time. If you're familiar with the area, the sidewalk's quite thin out there, so there's really no room for seating out front. But there is a deck in the back facing the river that has the potential to hold outdoor seats in the future if the restaurant owner so chooses. And I believe she stated that that would be something she would look into. The hours of operations, should this special land use permit be granted, we have been advised will be 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily. So this application went to the Planning Board September 23rd, 2020, and was voted unanimously, to recommend approval to this board, this body, the City Commission, for both the special land use permit and the final site plan. No conditions attached. That meeting was noticed all properly, as well as the meeting of the City Commission, where this was on the consent agenda on the 19th, all properly noticed. So that's the public communications summary. With that, the Planning Division, we're currently requesting that the City Commission consider the special land use permit and final site plan design review application 4768 North Old Woodward, the French Lady, to allow for a food and drink establishment in the O2 zoning district. Mr. Mayor, back to you. I'm, as always, open for questions if there are any.
Thank you, Mr. Dupuy. Tonight is a French-dominated night. We have Dupuy, we have the French Lady, and we have Pierre. Bonsoir, French Lady. I just want to acknowledge that you're with us. The owner and commissioners, any question for Mr. Dupuy or the owner? Commissioner Hoff, go ahead, please.
First, I'll ask Nick a couple of questions. In the O2 zone, does it allow eating establishments?
No. So food and drink establishments is the only category for what you'd call eating establishments. Right. And the only way that that's allowed is a special land use permit.
So then what, I understand that we are being asked tonight to approve this. What happened between the 3-year period when it was vacant, between 1998 to 2001? We didn't have special land use permits at that time.
My guess, Commissioner Hoff, is I believe the new zoning may have not been adopted or fully vetted at that point when the new master plan came down. So this may have been an addition at some point. I know Jan is on, although she wasn't here at that period either, but do you know anything about that, Jana?
Ms. Ecker, go ahead, please, if you can add your comments.
Yes, as far as I understand, it's just been a food and drink establishment for so long before it was required to be a special land use permit in that zone district. So it's been grandfathered in all this time until the building was damaged, and then there was nobody in there.
Okay, and so then it's my understanding, if the new restaurant had come in immediately afterwards, within 6 months, they wouldn't have to come for a special land use permit, right?
Correct.
Okay.
That's right.
And one other question. What are there any requirements for outdoor dining in an establishment like this? Are there requirements or not?
No, only for bistros.
Right.
Only bistros
Okay.
are required. So
Okay, I want to say that I stopped in and I did meet Claude. I stopped in at the French Lady, and I think it's a wonderful addition to that area of Birmingham, to all of Birmingham. So I'm very supportive of this.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Baller, sorry, go ahead.
Yes, may I ask a couple questions of the French lady? I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
Miss Claude.
Miss Claude? Okay, I
We
don't think.
we cannot hear you. If you don't mind, unmute yourself. She's having trouble with her audio, I think.
Can she hear us?
I think she can. Yes, yes, she's
Maybe
nodding.
maybe I'll ask a quick question of Mr. Dupuy first.
Go ahead.
The types of decks that we see on some of the restaurants, the bistros, out in the parking areas, is there any provision or ability for a non-liquor establishment to get one of those, to construct one of those?
yeah, sure. We see something similar at the I believe it's called Commonwealth Coffee.
Mhm.
So yeah, sure.
Okay. How are we doing on audio over there?
Do you hear me now?
I do.
Okay.
One more question quickly for Mr. Dupuy. And I'm not in, I don't want to sound like a hard nose, but are we permitted to attach conditions to a SLUP like this, like where we might require outdoor dining?
I believe that is the purpose of the special land use permit, and
Okay.
Jana butted you or just not. But yeah, you can assign, as far as I understand, almost any condition that you'd like
Okay.
that you see.
So Ms. Claude,
Good evening.
Hi, how are you? So I don't know your history in Birmingham, but all you have to do is drive around a little bit and see how important outdoor cafes are to the city, and they really improve the experience for residents and visitors, and I think that they, you know, for the establishments that have them, they certainly help their bottom line. I hope. I don't think we'd see so many if they didn't. And I have dined on your back porch. It was many years ago when it was, I believe, an Italian. They would serve Italian food, and it's kind of awkward. You have to go through the kitchen and then out a screen door, and it's. But you know, we are. We think we may soon be entertaining. We did pass along to the planning board a proposal for an establishment called Vinewood, which would go in the first lower level of the Kohler store, right down several doors from you, and they would be putting an outdoor cafe on the river or near the river there, and it would be. Were you aware of that?
No, not at all.
Yeah, and so I personally considered that to be a very exciting prospect if they can make it happen. And I think if you were to, if either or both, you know, improve your back porch and make it inviting and make access to it, possible for your patrons, and or apply for a deck out front, that it would be a great thing. And I'm sort of torn between suggesting that we make that a requirement because it's tough times right now, and it would be costly for you to do that. Possibly in better economic times, I might suggest more strenuously that we do make that a condition of the special land use permit. And I'd be interested in hearing what my fellow commissioners have to say about that. I'm not absolutely opposed to making it a condition. It's not something we typically do on the spur of the moment like this, but I'll just leave my comments at that and see what other commissioners have to say. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Bala. Commissioner Nikita, go ahead, please, with your comment.
Yes, this is an O2, and this goes to, I think, a previous discussion about where O2, which is oftentimes in perimeter areas, most commonly in areas that we call the transitional zoning areas, that these are areas that are zoned one thing, like O2 or B, and really they really need to have an update to allow for certain other uses. So this is an example, I think, of an area that should be considered as part of transitional zoning, as we discussed, I think, at Adams and Lincoln recently. And there are other places as well. I know that the TZ has been a long-term discussion, and I'm sure that Jana and staff and surely the planning board don't want to hear that, but clearly there are leftovers that need to be addressed. This particular area is actually, because it has been a food establishment for a long time, I think that's a good example where it's been working. It's been used as a food restaurant situation for a long time, and yet it has this zoning that really doesn't technically allow it or promote it. So I think it's just an example where we need to think about that, and I put that out there just because it continues our previous discussion about this. That said, I'm in support of this establishment. It carries on food in this area. We have a number of other food establishments in this area. As was mentioned, there's one being proposed right now that's right next door. And of course, we have our market there, which has food all the time. So it's very common to have food-related activity in this area. So I think it completely fits in, and this zoning actually is antiquated and needs to be looked at. With that, I'm going to put a motion in the suggested resolution to approve the special land use permit site plan design review application for 768 North Old Woodward, the French Lady, to allow the operation of food and drink establishment in the O2 zoning district. I will just state that lastly, as maybe part of the motion, I would strongly advocate for outdoor seating, but I wouldn't go as far as mandating it, given the concern of financial implications at this time, but clearly identifying as part of the motion that it is strongly recommended that some level of outdoor seating be pursued. So that would be my motion.
May I?
Mayor Pro Tem, are you seconding that?
Yes, but I believe the French lady had a comment.
Thank you. Yeah, we do have a patio behind the kitchen. We cleaned and painted the entire patio and the stairway that leads directly to the parking lot. And when I didn't think to open it right now for outdoor dining because of the season going in the winter, but I was hoping to be able to open the patio in the next season, like in spring. And from what I can see, we can have 4 tables there.
So you're planning to do so in the
Yes.
Thank you so
Oh,
much. And I
yeah,
think
yes.
that's the directions that commissioners would like to see, as you know, Ms. Claude, that we'd like to see activities outdoors. And this is what we appreciate your interest in activating that area, as it's very important to us.
Thank you.
Yeah, merci beaucoup. Commissioner Sherman.
Merci.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, have you closed the public hearing yet?
I did not close the public hearing yet.
Then we can't entertain the motion yet.
That is true. Commissioner Nikita, you jumped the gun, but why don't we finish the discussion and take you to Commissioner Sherman for reminding me on that. But let's keep the thoughts going. And if there's any questions for Mr. Dupuy or Ms. Claude from the commissioner. Commissioner Host, you had your hand. Go ahead.
I don't have any questions other than I want to thank Commissioner Hoff and Commissioner Nikita for saying that this was granddaddy. You know, the notion is this was a restaurant. They just ran out of the time limit to continue it. Granddaddy. Am I mistaken, Mr. Mayor? Or am I misreading the other two commissioners' comments?
I'll let the commissioner answer you. Commissioner Nikita, would you like to answer that?
The term's grandfathered actually, but yeah, it would be, I guess it would be in reference to being grandfathered. Although my comments were extended beyond that, saying that that area is worthy of consideration for not just places that have been restaurants, but places around in that area that could be restaurants in the future. So I would expand that, but yes, the term would be grandfathered in based on previous uses. This would be similar to that, an extension of a previous use going forward.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoff, go ahead with you.
Yes, as long as we're talking a little bit about the zoning, and Commissioner Nikita referred to O2, I also want to say there was a suggestion in the planning board minutes that that we might consider lengthening the time before a legal non-conforming use lapses from 6 months to a year, especially in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. And that's what happened with this particular establishment, that there was the accident. It had been grandfathered in as an eating establishment, but then there was the accident that took it out of commission for over a year. Now that's why Claude has to come back for a SLUP. But I think that if we're talking about zoning, we should also think about this and maybe lengthening the time that something expires from a legal non-conforming. That's one comment. And then I also want to say that Cucina Medora, that back outdoor area, was one of my favorites in Birmingham. And so I'm very happy to hear that you're thinking of opening that up again. And that is outdoors, and it was lovely. It was a wonderful place on a nice day. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hopp. Any other questions for Ms. Claude or Mr. Dupuy or Jana? See none from the public. Mr. Reagan?
Yes, thank you. I have a question, and it has to do with the zoning. Currently, it's under O2, and I'm hearing some discussions that should have been transitional. I'm not quite sure I would agree with that, given all the extensive discussion about the differences between O2 and transitional are still very much alive. The concern I have, and it's not so much with this specific SLUP that's being sought, it's the introduction of bistros, or let's say the introduction using O2 in other parts of the city to introduce bistros in O2, which would otherwise be buffer zones to the neighborhoods. Reason I say is, just the other night at the planning board, there was a discussion. It wasn't O2, but it was about the placement of, I believe it was a third or a fourth restaurant belonging to one particular restaurateur. And one of the public commented that she was walking her dog. The patrons from this establishment or a nearby establishment raced their cars through there. She was almost hit with her dog. And the reaction of the planning board was, well, maybe you ought to call the police. And my comments to the planning board at that time were, wait a minute, you're the first port of call where these problems arise. And you're telling this member of the public, go cut bait. We need to be very careful. And again, my remarks are not specific to this particular restaurant. We need to be very careful about the placement of food and drink establishments, particularly when a bistro license might be sought and its impact on the neighborhoods. And I would caution you very greatly about introducing alcohol near neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none? Okay, Commissioner, I'd like to bring it back. Want to close the, Mr. Bloom, go ahead. Mr. Bloom?
Thank you, David Bloom of Birmingham. I've been a customer there twice. I've enjoyed her food. I wish her luck there. I think it's a very nice idea. I do want to echo Mr. Reagan's comments about what happened at the last planning board meeting, because we are jamming restaurants and places with bistros in areas. We need to be careful because there are vehicles and people making a lot of noise at night and possibly disturbing the neighborhoods. And so I understand what we're doing. I'm not in disagreement with the French lady being there or her business, and I'm not saying not to approve this, but it does set a precedent for other areas in the community, and we need to be really careful about what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom. Any other comments? Seeing none from the public. All right, bring it back to the commission. I'd like to close the hearing, and now I'd like to entertain a motion. Commissioner Nikita, go ahead with your motion.
Well, I would restate what I already said. If the clerk has still received that, I can repeat it if needed. But can I ask Alex if that's
Absolutely,
that's,
Alex.
can
Can you
read
restate?
it?
Can you read it for us, please? So we're all understand the motion.
The resolution to approve the special land use permit and final site plan and design review application for 768 North Old Woodward, the French lady, to allow the operation of food and drink establishment in the O2 zoning district and to encourage her to pursue the outdoor dining in the back patio when feasible.
Second. Well, and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Long. Awesome. Comment on the motion by the commissioners. Commissioner Nikita, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just one quick point. I think there was just a lot of discussion about outdoor seating. I think it's strongly encouraged. The comments were very good that that it's an important part of our city. I would ask the applicant to consider not only the rear area, but also I think was mentioned the parking space in front of your store to possibly do a platform there. I think that was referred to earlier, and that's something that would cost a bit of money, but would allow for additional seating and some seating out in front, which would make your place more visible. So I would encourage that to be considered and working with the city to figure out how that can happen. But I think you can, I believe you can achieve some level of outdoor seating in front, and that's something that you can work on with Mr. Dupree or Jana, whomever.
Definitely reach out to Mr. Dupuis.
All right. Any other comment by the commissioners on the motion? See none, will the clerk, any other comments from the public on the motion?
Mr. Bloom?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Bloom.
I don't have a comment.
Okay, if you don't mind, you have your hand raised, Mr. Bloom. Yeah, here we go. We're good
That
now.
was from before. Thank you.
Yeah, got it. No problem. And then with that, will the clerk please call the roll?
Nikita,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baller,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes. Ms. Claude, we wish you best of luck, bon chance, and I hope the pandemic will be behind us soon. I hope COVID-19 will have a treatment for all of us somewhere where you can succeed with your business. Good luck, and we encourage
Merci.
you to do outdoors in the front, in the back. Good luck.
Okay. Merci. Thank you.
De rien. Bonsoir.
Bonsoir.
With that, we'll go to our next item under new business, public hearing, item B for 525 North Old Woodward, Lux Bistro. We have a resolution approving the revised final site plan and design and a SLUP permit amendment to allow the expansion of the existing Lux Bistro in the vacant storefront to the south, or resolution denying the revised final site plan and design SLUP to allow the expansion of the existing Lux Bistro in the vacant storefront to the south. With that, we'll leave it to, I'd like to open the public hearing. And we have Jenna on that
Yes.
from staff. Ms. Ecker, the floor is yours for some background and some presentation that you have for us.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, this is for Lux Bistro that are obviously they're currently existing at 525 North Old Woodward. What they're proposing to do is take their existing 31-foot wide storefront, which if you can see on here is basically this area here. So the drawing that you're seeing on the screen to the left is what Lux has now. And then this bigger version to the right is essentially taking the 31-foot storefront that Lux has now and extending it to the storefront to the south, which has been vacant for a while, which is an additional 28 feet wide and expanding the Lux footprint. So the applicant has advised that this will allow them to spread out a little bit. If you know, if you've been inside of Lux, it's pretty tight in terms of the seating. It's a small space. They have kitchens, coolers, bar, tables, etc. This will allow them to spread out and improve the functionality of the operation and also assist them with social distancing and so on during this pandemic time that we're at. So to give you an overview, right now, Lux in its current form, as seen on the left-hand side of the screen, has 54 seats inside dining, 10 of which are located at the bar, right in this area here, and they also have 12 seats outdoors for outdoor dining. What they're proposing to do is actually keep their existing restaurant, most of it the same. The bar will be in the same location. There will be tables in the front here. There'll be still some booths and some seating areas here. They'll have the kitchen in the back. The restroom facilities will stay the same. What changes is right now the entryway is in this area here. Can you guys see my arrow?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So right now there's a doorway there. So they close off that door and fill it in with a new storefront window to match the existing, and then they would use the entrance here that's formerly of this storefront. They would create a new host stand in this area here. As I said, they would keep this pretty much the same, although they're changing this a little and they're shifting this back because right now they have, I think it's a cooler. I can't quite read the writing, but I believe it's a cooler in this area here. So that's this here, it would go away and they would expand this seating and spread it out a little bit here. They would then add coolers and a walk-in cooler and walk-in freezer on the other side, add the new host stand, add some seating in the windows, the storefront windows, which is required for bistros. They're also proposing a lunch dining counter here, not a bar. This is where they do small prep work, I'm told, for the food establishment. So they would propose to add 5 seats there. And at the bar, they would go from 10 seats in that small area to 6. At the planning board, there was some discussion about that. Previously, they had 5. Planning board talked to them. They decided to increase it to 6 there. So they're going from 54 seats total inside to 65 seats total inside. So they're not adding a lot of seating, but they are allowing themselves to spread out patrons and their operations a little bit. Of those 65 that will now be, if this is approved, 6 of those are at the bar. Also, with the increased storefront along the street, they are able to go from 12 outdoor dining seats to 48 outdoor dining seats. So they are expanding that significantly. As you know, the new definition of bistro requires or permits no more than 65 outdoor dining seats. So they're still below that requirement as well. With regards to changes to the building, let me see if I can flip to the next page here. This is the storefront here. This is the area that's in entrance now that, as I mentioned, they'll be filling in with glass to match what's there. That is 82% VLT, visual light transmittance for that glass. That's a little bit above, but that does match what's there. Everything that'll be done to the outside of the storefront in terms of materials, colors, paint, etc., will all match exactly what's there already. So they'll just be matching existing. They're keeping their existing furnishings outside for the most part, and then they are adding new planters as well. This particular property is also zoned O2 and D2 in the overlay district, and they are proposing to keep the hours the same, which is what they are at Lux currently, and those hours are 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. However, the outdoor dining is adjacent to single-family residential. Sorry, not single, multifamily residential, so it is required to close at midnight. They did go before the planning board on August 26th. At that time, the planning board did vote unanimously to recommend approval to the city commission with several conditions. One, to submit their official hours of operation, which I just mentioned they did, and to ensure that the outdoor dining is not open past midnight, to provide spec sheets on the planters, outdoor furnishings, paint colors, glazing, etc., which they have. I do have those spec sheets if you want to see them for the planters. As I said, the furniture is remaining as is. They're just ordering more. They will have in their outdoor dining area, the service area and the trash receptacles as is required. Of course, during COVID, they'll also have the sanitizing stations. Also, the planning board asked that they comply with the requests of all city departments, which they've agreed to do. And the planning board stated that they would like to allow them 6 seats at the bar, which I've already touched on. So that's essentially what's going on. As I mentioned, pretty much keeping Lux very similar to what it is now in terms of the existing space, shifting the entrance, expanding it to the south to spread things out a little bit. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Jana. Thank you. Commissioners, any question for Ms. Ecker? Commissioner Hoff, go ahead with your question.
In the letter from the Bon Giovanni's, it states additionally using this exhibition area to serve as a dining lunch counter. What is the exhibition area?
That's this lunch counter that I was mentioning over here. They just stated that they'll actually be doing some prep work there, so you'll actually be able to see people putting some of the food together.
Okay. Okay. And then the outdoor eating area, are they enclosing it for the winter?
This application has nothing on it that deals with enclosures. And the numbers that I gave you with the 12 outdoor seats under the existing plan is based on their pre-COVID approvals. So this has nothing to do with enclosing the outdoor dining in any way. But I will tell you that Lux has not submitted an application to enclose their outdoor dining under the COVID rules.
The outdoor dining is going to be 48 outdoor seats. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make a comment because I have seen this before, that the seats, the patrons tend to get the chairs closer than allowing that 5 feet space between. And I know I've called the planning department about this because I have seen pedestrians, including me, have to walk in the street to get around. So I want the owners to know that I feel that's a very important aspect of having the outdoor dining is allowing enough room for pedestrians to walk through. Now, I found it a problem when you only had 12 seats. Now, increased to 48. I'm hopeful that the owners will watch that those chairs don't move a little, move closer together and block the sidewalk.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall, for your comment. Any other questions from the commissioners to Ms. Ecker? And please, you can say aye or so. I don't see all of you because
Commissioner Waller.
Here we go. Commissioner who?
Waller?
Waller, go ahead, please.
Yeah,
Commissioner.
I have the same concern, Jana, on the, look, I don't want to hinder a business's ability to, you know, do business and make money and all that, but the sidewalk looks really cramped there, and it's a busy sidewalk. People are, that is one of the most pedestrian intensive corners in town. And I just, I'm not convinced that the scale here is correct, that there's really that much room there for pedestrians. I mean, are you comfortable with this?
Well, the ordinance does require a 5-foot pedestrian path. Generally in the zoning ordinance, we've increased it to 6 for COVID temporarily. They do meet the 5-foot requirement. Yes, I have had calls before for this, as I have with many other establishments throughout town, because as you mentioned, the patrons tend to move the furniture a little bit as they're dining. And so in some cases, we've had to go out and actually mark the pavement in some way, so it's very clear how far that furniture can migrate, and the owners have had to regulate it. And this did happen with the Bongiovannis. When I called them previously because of a complaint, they were right on top of it, and I didn't hear another complaint after that. So I do believe Mr. Bongiovanni is on as well.
Yeah, maybe he can address, and I just think that either one set of tables, either the ones along the building or the ones along the street, could be tables for 2 rather than tables for 4, and that would probably, you know, provide a lot more room for pedestrians.
I just want to acknowledge that the owner, Mr. Giovanni, is with us also, and maybe he'd like to answer or comment on similar concerns addressed by 2 commissioners already, and I had not yet give the floor for the whole commissioners. Maybe any commissioner that would like to ask whether I apologize, Ms. Ecker or Mr. Bongiovanni, please let me know before I give the floor to the owner. If you don't mind, hold on. Commissioner Sherman, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
It seems to me that the issue with the outdoor seating is a lot of those 4 tops are split apart and become 2 tops. So they move the tables apart to create more space between them, and sometimes they end up crowding the sidewalk as a result.
Okay. Any other commissioners comment or direct questions to the owners? I see the 3 musketeers are with us. Excuse my language. The brothers are ready to answer. Commissioner Nikita, go ahead.
I guess it's a question for Jana relative to this. I think in most cases, or many cases, where we have had outdoor seating along a pedestrian area within the sidewalk zone, what have you, we have required a certain designation, some type of rail or some type of enclosure to help define the pedestrian zone and to solidify it from the walkable 5-foot zone. So I guess I'm inquiring to the planning staff as to whether or not that has been discussed. Has it been recommended? How does that work relative to other examples where we've done that? For example, the outdoor seating, I know the configuration is different, but the outdoor seating at Birmingham Roast, the cafe, has a sort of a rail condition that's anchored into the sidewalk, and it holds the pedestrian zone rigid from the seating area, and something like that could be done in this area, which would really mandate that you couldn't have sidewalk creep, if you will. So I'm asking staff, Mr. Mayor, if we could get some clarity on whether that's been explored or recommended.
Ms. Ecker, can you answer to that, please?
Yes. You're right, Commissioner Nikita. We do have that obviously in several locations. Where we have the trouble mostly with the furniture creeping is when we have some seats up against the building and then the walkway and then some additional seats in the furnishing zone or into a platform into the street. For example, Ely's has the same condition, and we get calls from them or about them from time to time because their furniture creeps. Toast, same thing. The difficulty with putting a railing or some type of enclosure system, you could, however, you'd have to keep breaking it up so that people that are dining in those areas immediately, the tables adjacent to the curb, you can't block off that access between the patrons getting up from the table and entering the sidewalk, because you don't want to dump them into the street to go around. Do you know what I mean? So if you were to put up a railing and you've got different, maybe if I put up the screen again, that will make it a little clearer. So in this area here, if you were to put a railing along here, it essentially blocks people in, unless, you know, because you'd have to have, if you had a railing here, I guess maybe you could do some type of enclosure just along the tables, but then how do these people get into this area? So if you run this entire railing of some sort there, it gets trickier. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you, Jenna. Thank you, Ms. Ecker. If you don't mind, you can take the screen up so I can see the, thank you so much. All right, now I'll open the floor to either of the owners to speak. Please go ahead. If you can reassure us on how you're going to face this challenge, and if you have a solution, go ahead, please.
This is Daryl Dingus with Ron and Roman Architects.
Oh, sure.
I just wanted to say that the reconfiguration of the outdoor dining as we're proposing is more linear, and I think is more agreeable to better circulation by the public between the areas of tables. Certainly, we are showing pairs of 2 tops, which could potentially be changed to 4 tops so that they aren't spread out, although it does allow some flexibility as far as reconfiguration of tables due to party size.
Thank you. Joe, would you like to say something?
Well, I'd add to Daryl's comments. Thanks everybody for hearing our family's conversation regarding the expansion of this property. With respect to the outdoor dining in particular, this year in COVID, we've learned lots of things about our city and the activity of our restaurants. While I'm not a direct owner in this property, I certainly am a family member, and I'm very conceptual with the way my family operates their businesses and tries to meet the city's needs in many ways. And this sidewalk dining is a super important part of our plan for our restaurant. I would say to you that it's super incumbent upon us to be better at that, at maintaining our 5. We know our path requirements, and it's really an owner's responsibility. And the other thing I would mention is that, and I think Jana would agree, the one really positive thing that's come out of COVID this year with the expanded outdoor dining allowance by the city has been this vibrance where people walk through dining areas. And Lux is one of those, you know, Commissioner Baller made a great comment there. This is a busy walking area, but that really, I think, got that walkable community concept going in a way we've never seen before in so many other parts of the city as well. But we've noticed it on the north end really dramatically, in that certainly people were walking more as a result of COVID, and yet the restaurants and their outdoor dining were a super vibrant part of it. I have photos on my phone that I've sent to friends in California and other parts of the country, and they're astounded by how cool it looked around town. And I think that having that guest walk through those dining areas for some reason has a synergy that we really shouldn't look away from. I think that that was a good feature of what we did last year or this year.
Thank you, Mr. Bongiovanni. Larry, would you like to say something? You're good?
I just thought as well, echo his comments. And as far as that pathway that goes through, I have operated it for a while. And when we went to the curb and we split the sidewalk, I think this year has been as good as we've ever done with our pathway. I feel like there was really not any problems this year with it. Whereas when we had the planters that were in the middle of the sidewalk and you had to go around them, I think that's what Commissioner Hoff was speaking of, like having to go into the street. That was a really difficult chore, trying to keep those paths, to keep that 5-foot path. Whereas now that we're split, I think we accomplish it. I don't know about 100% of the time, but I think we accomplish it a lot more than we did.
Thank you.
Hope that helps with your concerns.
Thank you, gentlemen. I think the message is very clear. By all means, as you mentioned, we encourage outdoor seating. That's what we want. The issue is not the outdoor seating, is to keep the 5-foot distance. And we just ask of any food establishment to really take extra caution on making sure that, the pedestrians have the room to pass. That's it. For the sake of your business and for the safety of the pedestrians, and to make sure that they have enough room and you're complying with the ordinance law, pretty much. Commissioner Hoff, go ahead, please.
My observation was early in the virus stage, when people were trying hard to stay 6 feet away from each other, and it was very difficult walking through. I think that people are a little more flexible now, whether they should be or not, but I think so. But I have another question, and that has to do with some comments that members of the public made about a letter that was received from a resident at your neighboring residential building. And I wonder if the owners could comment on that. She was concerned about the parking and litter, and I wonder if they could please comment.
I'll comment on that for
Go ahead, Mr. Larry Bongiovanni, go ahead.
So at the planning board meeting, that was brought up, and we put a sign on the window right next to the door explaining to treat our neighbors with respect and their property. It's private property, they have to stay off. If there's any parking there, that we would call the police and have cars towed. We've committed to keeping the area clean around just to the north of the building, so the sidewalk and then their entranceway there that goes into their parking lot. I have reached out to the president of their association. He has my email and my cell phone number. So I told him, any issues whatsoever, reach out at any time, any day. Friday night at 11:30 at night, I asked him, whatever it takes. So I think we've addressed that. I don't believe we've had any issues in the past or in the more recent future since the last planning board meeting.
Thank you. Any other questions by the commissioners to Ms. Ecker or to the Bongiovannis? Seeing none. Any question from the public? I don't see any hand. With that, I'd like to close the public hearing and bring it back to the commissioners to entertain a motion or further discussion. Commissioner Nikita.
Yeah, I'll move the suggested resolution to approve the revised final site plan and design special land use permit amendment to allow the expansion of the existing Lux Bistro into the vacant storefront to the south.
Any second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hoff. Any comment by the commissioners on the motion? Seeing none, any comment by the, oh, Commissioner Nikita, go ahead.
Yeah, I would say that just wanted to add a couple things relative to this. For one, I am very pleased to see the amount of activity on the sidewalk in this area. I think it's this intersection over the years, having gone here many times, specifically to our favorite Italian restaurant on the corner, Salvatore Scalapini's, for many years, going way back to when I first lived here. My wife and I used to walk up there for dinner on Friday nights, and that area has been only increasing in activity and excitement, and now that intersection, I think, is quite dynamic, and as is stated, a real asset to the burgeoning market district. So I think it's very important. With that, I would say that we obviously have to be very careful about making sure that we keep control of it, as was stated, and I think that's very important, and it rests on the proprietors to make sure that they're good neighbors, and so that's very important. Sounds to me like it's of high order, and I would say that from our perspective as a city commission, I would pass along that it's clearly something of very important value to us if we want to see the area continue to grow and prosper successfully, but we have to be good neighbors, and that's really important. And lastly, I would say the empty space next door has been empty for a long time. It's an opportunity lost over the many, I don't know how many years it's been a long time. So I'm very pleased to see that activated, and I think it'll only enhance the block further. So thank you very much.
Well said. Thank you, Commissioner Nikita. Any other comments on the motion by the commissioners? Commissioner Host.
You know, I just feel obligated to mention that at the planning board, Little San Francisco has come forward and will be coming forward with the notion it's wonderful to have this part of Woodward, Old Woodward, so busy and so pedestrian and so enjoyable, but we don't want it to seep into the neighborhoods, either Mill Pond or Little San Francisco, and we need to be aware that there are problems that the restaurants need to be aware of, as well as our police and enforcement.
Thank you, Commissioner Host. Any other comments on the motion by the commissioners? Seeing none. By the public, any comment on the motion? Seeing none. Bring it back. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman.
You're muted, Commissioner Sherman. Oh, Eric, can you take care of that? Here we go.
Okay, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thank you. Good luck. Congratulations to the Banjio Albanis. Thank you for expanding, and I hope you stay here for second and third generation after you. Thank you. Good luck. All right, with that, we go to item C, public hearing on 34350 Woodward and 907911 Haynes lot combo. I do believe we received a letter to postpone this, Joe. You want to elaborate on that? Yes. Before we go further, I'd like to give the floor to our city manager. Or Brooks. Go ahead, Mr. Brooks. Our city staff.
Hi, everyone. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, in regards to the Fred Lavery lot combination, staff received a request from the applicant to postpone the hearing tonight. The planning division recommends the hearing be moved to December 7th.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brooks. May I entertain a motion to postpone this public hearing to a certain date of December 7th from the commissioners? Commissioner Hoff moved it and Commissioner Sherman seconded it. Can you say second, Commissioner Sherman?
Second.
Thank you. With that, any comment on the motion from the commissioners? Seeing none, any comment on the motion from the public? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Hall? Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Valor?
Yes.
Mayor Boutros?
Yes, thank you, Alex. Thank you, Mr. Brooks. With that, we go to item D under new business. We have a resolution to approve the use of 6 parking spaces in the right-of-way adjacent to the property located at North Old Woodward to fulfill the parking requirements per Article 4, Section 4.43 G4 of the zoning ordinance. I do believe we have our staff, Mr. Brooks, you are, or Jenna?
I'll be presenting on this one.
Go ahead.
Alex, would you be able to enable my screen sharing so I can pull up the site plan?
Eric, give you the co-host rights.
Yep, give me a second.
Okay, we'll get going. The subject site, 856 North Old Woodward, also known as the Pearl, is a 4-story mixed-use building with 3 retail tenants on the first floor and residential units on floors 2, 3, and 4. The subject building is not within the parking assessment district and is therefore to required all parking on site. And the applicant is currently seeking permission from City Commission to include 6 metered parking spaces in front of the building, city right-of-way along North Old Woodward to assist them in meeting the parking requirements for 3 tenant spaces, which is pursuant to Section 4.45 G4 of the zoning ordinance. This ordinance states that the area in the public right-of-way abutting the property in question, it may be included in the required parking provisions if the area is approved in accordance with plans and is approved by City Commission. The building currently has 65 parking spaces on site with 42 required for residential, leaving 23 parking spaces remaining for 3 commercial tenant spaces. And those are proposed to be a salon, a spa, and a specialty food store. As mentioned, it has 23 parking spaces for these commercial spaces. Meanwhile, the 3 proposed uses require 28 parking spaces, thus 5 more parking spaces are required. And so an approval from the City Commission for 856 North Old Woodward to count those 6 metered spaces in the adjacent right-of-way will allow the most recent applicant to satisfy their parking requirements. The applicant received site plan approval for the Pearl in 2016, and a condition of the approval was to provide an easement to the city. This easement was for the sidewalk in front of the building and did not include the 6 parking spaces that are metered currently. So therefore, the suggested resolution is to approve the use of the 6 parking spaces in the right-of-way adjacent to the property located in North Old Woodward to fulfill the parking requirements per Article 4, Section 4.43 G4. And with that, I leave it to you guys with any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Any questions for Mr. Brooks by the commissioners? Commissioner Baller.
Who uses those parking places now? And do they, or patrons of what businesses use those parking places now? And have those businesses been solicited for their input on this?
Let me try and pull up the site plan real quick. Here we go. Share. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So the 6 parking spaces that they're requesting to use are in the front here. These are new additions to the city as the building is completing its final construction. And so these spaces are available to anyone. They're city spaces. And I would assume patrons to the commercial spaces along North Old Woodward here would also be able to use them. The difficult part for this applicant is that the parking assessment district ends right here. And so these patrons are within the lot 6 portion of the parking assessment district, versus this site is required to provide all parking. And just to reiterate, these are city spaces available to anyone. The applicant is just requesting to have them allowed to count towards their parking requirement to assist with their commercial tenant spaces on the first floor.
Follow up real quick. Did I hear you say those are brand new parking places that didn't exist before the building was put up?
Correction. There were 5 parking spaces on the street. I think this is the old site. This was the old hole in the wall or hole in the ground term. And there were 5 on-street spaces that were parallel to it. And so as they've gone through construction and continued this access service drive through the front of their property, that these spaces were converted to angled parking and are, on the other side of this access drive barrier.
And was there a notice requirement to nearby property owners or businesses about this public hearing?
Right. It's my understanding that when we've done requests to use parking spaces in the public right-of-way, we haven't had a public notification process for that. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jana.
No, there's no public notice requirement here, but I will say that all 6 of those are directly in front of the new building at 856. So they generally would benefit most the businesses within the building.
Thank you, Ms. Ecker. Any other questions by the commissioners?
Mr. Sherman?
Oh, go ahead. I don't see everybody. Now I see you. Commissioner Sherman, go ahead.
So this is, as we know, this is new construction. But they didn't put in enough parking. They are outside of the parking district, so they didn't have to pay in to become part of the parking district. Is there a possibility of having them buy into the parking district instead of allocating these spots to them?
Yeah. Right. Jody.
Yeah, I'll let Mr. Valentine answer that question. Mr. Valentine, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Commissioner Sherman, to your point, that request has been made of staff. They are reviewing that, and I expect that'll be coming before you in the next couple of weeks. That request to be added to the parking assessment district.
So are we better off postponing this to a date certain if that request is coming forward? We generally don't do right-of-way parking allocations that frequently. Usually where we've done them, it's been on Big Woodward, where you have surface lots that basically take care of one particular building. I remember also doing them in the rail district, but downtown, there are so few buildings that this affects. We normally, I think of the Cernow building where they bought into the parking district when they redid both the post office and the school board building.
Yeah, you can certainly do that. I think the approach that they've taken is using the tools that were available to them at the time. They have not advanced anything formally other than an informal request to be added to the parking assessment district. That obviously would have to go before the advisory parking committee and then come back to this body for approval. So operating under the confines of simple addition based on the uses that they have to include that parking, this was, I think, the immediate tool that was available to them. So it's up to the commission in terms of if you're comfortable or not proceeding.
Thank you, Joe. Joe, we've done one recently, haven't we? As I remember, as I was commissioner on Eaton Road, it was the past year or so. Yeah, I think we have. But Commissioner Hoff, go ahead with your.
I always have a problem with this when we have parking requirements. Those requirements are established for a reason of what can be accommodated. And when we give public parking spaces, the intensity of the use for the building, then they need more spaces than they have. And I have a problem with that because these spaces are for everyone. And I know anyone can park there, but it meets their parking requirements. And I prefer, now that I've heard that they've asked to be in the parking assessment district, I prefer waiting to make a decision on this.
Commissioner Baller, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I was, Mr. Cowan, could you explain where the spaces that they are providing are located and how patrons will know? I have a funny feeling 100% of their spa and salon patrons are going to be looking for spaces on the street. And it appears to me on the site plan that that parking is with like, it's, so where do you access that parking?
Right, so my impression is that you can access the parking on the first floor and that these are allocated for the retail tenants and that it's the below ground that's gated for the residential. So we have.
So just thinking logically here, if I'm a patron there and I know, I mean, whether I'm a patron, that parking is overstressed, right? They don't have enough parking. That's why they're asking us to do this. So over time, people are going to learn that they go in there and there's no spots. Now they got to come back out. And how do you get out? You got to go downstairs and then back up and around. And I just think it's a very awkward situation. You either tell all patrons to park inside there and make room for them, or you're going to end up with a situation where those parking places aren't even used and they're all looking for parking on the street, which we know our retail customers want to do. They don't expect to, it's odd to go inside a building. So without signage that encourages them to go in there, you know, but then even I see this like catch-22. We say, well, we maybe we'll do this if you put up signage that encourages your patrons to park inside first, but then it fills up and they get fed up and that's the last time they ever go inside to try to park. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Right, and I believe the architect is joining in on the meeting. He might be able to speak to signage for parking access. He can speak more to the connectivity through the building.
Who do we have with us, Mr. Brooks? Oh, here we go. I see Mr. John Marusa is trying to connect to the audio. The architect for the Pearl.
Yeah, I don't think his audio was working from the start.
Okay, so he's having issues connecting. Anyone else representing the Pearl with us that can speak to that?
They also have broker Emil Cherkasov with us.
Sure.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Cherkasov.
Yes, yeah. So I just want to say that the retail tenants that are in the building, the spa, the salon, and Fruition, the specialty food store, they are all making their patrons aware to park inside the building. And the reason being is that the park inside is free for their customers. They don't have to pay metered parking to park on the street. It's more convenient for them. There's actually a rear access for some of the retail units where they can just park inside and access. And if for some reason it's full, they don't have to go downstairs. It's very easy for them to turn around on that same main level and park either across the street or park on Old Woodward or somewhere else. And it's actually more convenient, especially in the winter time or if it's raining outside, for their patrons to just park inside. So just wanted to make that point. And they are in the process of ordering signage to put in front of the entrance that patrons can pull inside. And there'll be parking signs as well in those covered areas where they can park.
Thank you.
We already have these businesses in,
So
they're operating?
So the one business, it's called the Lash Lounge, they're operating. The one that's the specialty food store, they should be open hopefully within the next week or so. And that's just a carry-out place, so it's, you know, shouldn't be a lot of people parking for long periods of time. They will come in and grab the food and go. And then the spa, we're still waiting for the permits to be approved for the construction of it.
All right.
I'm sorry, one more question.
Architect, can you hear us now? I see you.
Yes, I'm here now.
Oh, there he is. Yep.
So
Okay.
this approval, the spa depends on this approval. Is that correct?
Repeat your question, Mr. Baller.
The spa, if the other two businesses are already open, it ends up that the spa is depending on our approval. If we don't approve this, go ahead.
Mr. Brooks, go ahead. You may answer.
Right, the parking requirements for this space, for the last spa that comes in, is that they give us a floor plan for a spa, and the parking requirement is 2 parking spaces per chair. The applicant initially indicated 5 chairs requiring 10 spaces, although given the current parking on site, they only have room for 2 more chairs. Therefore, if the 6 spaces with the metered spaces in the public right-of-way are approved, then the applicants can go in with all 5 chairs, which they provided on their initial application.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Long. Go ahead. I apologize. I've been
No,
not
I'd
ignoring you.
like
I'm
to
trying get
see,
to everybody.
sorry, I'd like to see on the drawing where the 23 commercial tenant spaces are located, because Commissioner Baller had said something about the first level of parking, and then you had said the lower level was gated for residents, but that interior parking looks on the first level looks like there's only 16 spaces. So where are the 23 that you're currently allocating for retail?
Right, and so when planning goes over the parking spaces, we go with totals. We don't go by how they allocate between the residents and commercial. So when they say there's 42 for residential for us, then we can do 23 for the commercial. But in regards to access, then that could be between the building owner and the tenants on who can use which spaces where. My impression with the gates, that those are more so indicated for the residential applicants. But I believe the owner or architect would be able to speak more to how they allocate all of those spaces.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the access of retail customers to the lower level if it's gated for residential.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Marush.
Okay, wasn't quite sure. Okay, and it was stated by Brooks, there's a certain level of criteria by which they evaluate the total parking. And so as a consequence, we do have those spaces, as you stated, I think there's about 20 of them. We're short some. The uses that were leased out do have, let's say, additional space requirements. And we are in the process of getting this special parking assessment district expansion. This is, as was stated by, I think, one of the other commissioners, an interim condition by which we're trying to facilitate the award of parking for this particular one use. And we're hoping to move forward in a progressive way as soon to get the allocation for the remaining. And so we're just looking for a way of getting what we need in order to facilitate this current use.
Commissioner Hop.
Did this go before the Parking Advisory Committee?
No. With the right-of-way requests, we bring them straight to city commission.
Well, I know that this particular area, there's a real parking problem. I don't know right now because of the virus, but normally this area between the North Old Woodward area, there's a parking problem. There are a lot of salons, there are a lot of businesses that people want, doctors' offices, and we hear it over and over again about the parking problems. Lot 6 gets full. And so I really am not in favor of allocating these spots to a particular business. And then I would ask, what happens if we don't approve it? But I think that was answered. Then the last retail business cannot put in as many chairs as they wanted. Is that correct?
Correct.
If we
They would
don't
only stay for
allocate.
2 chairs.
Okay.
I just want to clarify something, Commissioner Hoff. When you allocate those parking spaces to, you're not really allocating it to a specific business. That does not mean they can park there. It's just more for them to comply with the parking assessment.
I understand. The thing is that if we have parking requirements based on what is feasible,
Right.
by allocating these to businesses, it means the intensity of use is more than it should be.
That is correct.
Yes.
That is correct. Thank you. Commissioner Sherman.
I have a couple things, but first, Mayor Pro Tem Long asked a question as to how many spaces were actually available to the retail customers, and I don't think we got an answer to that.
Is that an ordinance? Is that a question related to the ordinance or related
That's a question related to the property itself. We have parking spots that are gated off, and then we have part that are allocated or saved for the residential units. How many spots are actually available in a non-gated area?
Was that your question, Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes,
Okay.
I wanted someone to point on the drawing and show me the 23 spaces.
There aren't 20 spaces on that first level. There's only 20.
So there are 20 spaces available that are not gated.
So
that's correct.
Is that correct? So really, we're actually 8 spaces short from what the public has available to it, notwithstanding how we actually do the calculations. I guess personally, I have an issue with this in that this is a self-created problem. The building owner is choosing uses that exceed the available parking and is coming to the city and asking us to solve their problem. The real solution is joining the parking assessment district. That's the real solution, if that's doable. I don't feel real comfortable allocating spots that are public parking for this building without being a part of the parking district.
And
yeah, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I still don't actually see the 20 spaces when I'm counting.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 17, maybe 18, 19. Question.
Yeah, that's not 20.
There's 20.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
By the way, I agree, there are 16.
7, 8, 9, 10.
Oh.
11, 12, 13,
Okay.
14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
20. Up above. And the angle.
There, 20?
Yeah, it's 20. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Question.
Okay, Commissioner Ballard, go ahead, please.
Yeah, it seems also to me that if we grant this, he doesn't have any motivation to buy into the parking assessment district. Right?
We have made a request to we made a request, formal request through Frank Simon, I think to Commander Gruey to be on this. He got back with me yesterday or today indicating that he was hoping to get an answer moving on how we would move forward. He's not familiar with the process. We first made the inquiry to Jana, the planning department, and she indicated that the city engineering department handled that. We waited a couple of weeks to get a response back.
That's not, he's not
What I'm
answering
getting at here
the
is that we have had the request and it's our motivation to do so.
I'm making the point that if we grant this, he has no motivation to further pursue getting into the parking assessment district. Likewise, if we give him the parking assessment district, he has no need for this. It's kind of a either or situation. And I mean, frankly, I'd rather have them in the parking assessment district too. I'm not buying that this is going to work.
What's the process, Jenna, time-wise for the assessment?
Well, I don't think I'm the best one to answer this, but I'll give you what I understand. They would go to the city commission. There's the finance department would look in and determine how much they would be required to pay using the formulas that the folks that were in that district previously that paid in, and then it would go, I believe, to the advisory parking committee and then for a recommendation and then to the city commission for the final decision.
So time-wise, it's a long process, kind of. A month or so, I would say. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Long.
I still didn't get an answer to my question about how the remaining 3 spaces are accessed in the lower level. If it's gated for residents.
The answer to your question is those 3 spaces are not accessed to the lower level.
So then there's not truly 23 spaces remaining for commercial use. There's 20 and your deficit is larger.
As Mr. Brooks indicated, based upon how the Plan Commission evaluates the parking spaces, it's the total parking. So that's how this was evaluated, and you can explain that further.
Commissioner Hoff, go ahead, please.
Regardless of what happens, I think this should go to the Parking Advisory Committee. It may, as Janice said, it may go to them in regard to the Parking Assessment District. And if it doesn't go to them through that, it should go otherwise to the Parking Advisory Committee.
Commissioner Sherman.
At this point, based on what I've heard, I'm going to move to deny the request.
I'll second that.
Commissioner Nikita, go ahead, please.
I'm just wondering if denying or postponing, what would be the best procedure if we want to bring this through the process that we identified? Doesn't denying it put it off for a longer period of time and have to have them reapply? What's the best strategy to
I believe
have it reviewed and then bring it back? So I'm not sure if denying is the right thing to do in that regard.
Good question, Commissioner Nikita. I think the best thing to do now is take no action versus denying it.
That's my question.
Yes. Commissioner Baller.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm in favor of denying it. This is bad planning. I mean, yeah, the first time they drew this building, the first thing you draw when you draw a building is the parking that you need. And you draw the building around the parking. And so they drew it knowing that they didn't have enough parking. And then they built it. And now, you know, what, November 9th after, and they're coming to us asking for, I just think it's terrible planning. And I don't know how they got this far. There's got to be other uses for that aren't as intensive did they change their mind about the use?
Ms.
And
Ecker
decide
has-
they're going to use them, ask for more intensive use?
Ms. Ecker, go ahead. You have your hand raised. It seems like you have an answer.
Yes, I just wanted to point out that when they designed it, they did design it for retail use on the first floor. And general retail use is 1 parking space for 300 square feet of leasable area inside. And what they did though was that they leased it out to 3 tenants that were not typical retailers. So they were spa, salon, and food oriented, which means that they didn't have the standard 1 per 300 parking requirement that a normal shoe store, for instance, or something like that would have. So when they built it for retail, they did have enough parking, but then when they leased it out to these very parking intensive uses, or attempting to, and that changes their parking requirement.
Thank you, Ms. Ecker. I think Commissioner Sherman is reconsidering what he did, but go ahead, Commissioner Sherman.
No, actually, what Ms. Ecker just said actually confirms that what they're doing is coming to us to bail them out so they can lease this to a higher intensity use than was originally planned. And I honestly, in the 15 years, I cannot remember a time when we have approved a situation that was a self-created situation. That is really has been a very firm policy that we don't solve someone's self-created problem. This could very easily be solved. They could lease it to a tenant that doesn't require the amount of parking that they're asking for and uses the parking that is available. In the alternative, they can go into the parking assessment district. There are options for them. They're choosing a different one that requires us to bail them out. I'm not inclined to do that.
The question Commissioner Sherman, as Commissioner Nikita had brought up, denying it maybe might affect them to go to the parking assessment.
I'm still not. My motion to deny it stand. I'm going to leave that on the table.
Okay, Commissioner Nikita, go ahead, please.
If I could just clarify, then if Ms. Ecker or whomever from staff can clarify the options of what would happen if we denied. I think there's general consensus to have this go through the process and look at the going through the assessment district. So that what if it's denied? What about that option, and how does this pan out one way or the other?
Right, correct. Thank you, Commissioner.
Well, if it's denied, right now they have 3 tenants. They have Fruition, which they're doing carry out specialty foods only. My understanding is that they wish to change that to a food and drink establishment, which would then increase their parking requirements as well. So they would not be able to do that. Lash Lounge, that's in there already, would be able to continue as is, but the new Aurora Meta Spa would only be able to go in with 2 chairs, and they were proposing 5. So that may or may not change the owner's desire to go in, I guess. And so it may or may not stop Aurora Meta Spa, at least at the size they wanted, from going in. And it would certainly stop Fruition from changing into a food and drink establishment with sit-down dining.
Did that answer your question?
Table this.
No, I don't believe Jenna. He's asking on the broad spectrum on the next steps. If we deny this, the next step for the owner of the establishment there, is it gonna put some obstacles to go apply for parking assessment?
Oh, no, it doesn't affect the parking assessment district.
Or what other options does he have?
A variance?
Okay. That might have answered the question. Commissioner Nikita, you need more clarification? Go ahead.
So just to be clear, then if we deny it, they can go to the parking assessment and go that route and see where that goes, and that could pan out to be okay.
That's correct.
That seemed to be the consensus dialogue that was happening earlier. So, okay, that clarifies my question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, guys, commissioners, any other comments? We have a motion to deny and we second it. Any comment on the motion? Seeing none, any comment on the motion by the public? Seeing none, bring it back. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ballard,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thank you, clerk. Sorry, Mr. Marush and Mr. Shirkazov. Hopefully, you can take a different route and accomplish what you needed to. Have a wonderful evening. With that, we go to item E. Resolution approving the proposal from Plant and Moran Cressa LLC in the amount not to exceed the lump sum fee of $145,800, term beginning November 10, 2020, ending November 8, 2021, for the purpose of assisting with capital planning and operational review consulting service for the Birmingham Ice Arena, and it's contingent upon receipt of proper insurance, further to waive the formal bidding requirements. And with that, I'll leave it to our wonderful staff, Lauren Wood, Director of DPS, with the presentation. Lauren, the floor is yours.
Wonderful. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. This is the first project to come before you since the passing of the Parks and Recreation Bond. Tonight, we would like to continue to engage the services of Plant Moran Cressa to serve as the owner's representative for the Ice Arena renovation project to move forward. As you recall, Plant Moran Cressa had prepared a 2018 assessment of the Ice Arena and identified critical needs and capital priorities. The Ice Arena is a 47-year-old facility, and it's a city asset that needs improvements as identified in the 2018 study. Proposed improvements as laid out in the report, and as you've seen in previous communications, includes the upgrade to the refrigeration and mechanical system, building additions to expand the existing locker rooms, and then some interior renovations, which would include adding a female and teen locker room, and then some changes, improvements to the concession area as identified. The report attachments before you this evening are exhibits A1 and B1, and they outline the scope of services and the schedule that will occur during this project. We'll, as you can tell, obviously by the schedule, we will be on a very aggressive schedule to meet the May 2021 construction start. The estimated project cost is $5.1 million, which, as you know, includes the $2 million already placed in the current fiscal year budget, and plus the $3.1 million that are to be part of the bond dollars, of which the bond funds will be reviewed going forward with the Parks and Rec Board in order to allow for public input on this project as it advances and other projects. Plant Moran Cressa, their fee, as identified in the report and Mayor identified, is a not to exceed $145,800, and it's for a 12-month assignment, which anticipates the start of tomorrow, and to take us out for 12 months for this project. And Plant Moran Cressa will assist us in securing an architectural engineering firm, of which will be hired through the RFP process to develop design plans and specs, and then of course to bid out the arena project, for which we will ultimately hire a contractor to begin construction. We have in our audience this evening, we have with us Robert Stempian from Plant Moran Cressa. And I'd like him to briefly summarize the scope of services and the schedule for you tonight. And then afterwards, we would both be happy to answer any questions that you have. So I'll turn that over to Robert.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. And I'd like to thank the commissioners to have this opportunity to engage as owner's rep for this ice arena project. And also like to congratulate the city of Birmingham community for approving the recreation bond on November 3rd. This particular project I'm very excited about because I have a lot of fond memories of this ice arena, not only for myself, but my son Jack, who played for the Rangers and Birmingham Unified. This particular facility, as Ms. Wood mentioned, is 47 years old, and there's a lot of items that need to be addressed in this building, in particular the mechanical system and the ice plant equipment associated with the arena. For this project moving forward, there's several tasks that need to be accomplished moving forward. Professionals need to be procured, design documents need to be developed, bids need to be received and evaluated, mechanical equipment needs to be ordered, construction schedules need to be put in place, and all this work needs to be executed to meet the fall 2021 ice schedule timeline. So we have a path going forward that we've outlined in our exhibit. It's very tight. There's no question about that. But the goal is to execute this work during the spring, after the ice arena shuts down around April, and we have a construction timeline from April to September to get all this work done. We've done our report, we've done our homework, we've interviewed ice rink staff, rink users, equipment suppliers about availability of equipment and ordering time, and we've developed a comprehensive facility assessment with associated budgets. And also just keep in mind that with any project that we get involved with, there's a cost of influence versus cost of construction involved with projects. And it's an inverse relationship. So the more that you plan ahead of time, the better well-defined budget and schedule that you develop, the better your success and outcome of the project will be. And I'm very thankful for this opportunity to represent the city of Birmingham and welcome any questions the commissioners may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stampian. Commissioner, any question for Ms. Wood or Mr. Stampian? Commissioner Hoff, go ahead, please.
Mr. Stampian, were you the person who made the excellent presentation back in 2018?
I did.
Okay. I was on the commission then, as were several of the others, and you made a very extensive presentation that was very clear. I don't know if the current commissioners have seen that, if they are aware of that. I know that we did make a decision and approved $2 million. It's included in this year's fiscal budget for the mechanical and refrigeration system because they were determined to be essential. As far as the other renovations to the locker rooms and the concession improvements, I don't recall that there was any time where there was public input on that and that we had approved moving forward on all of this. So I would ask Ms. Wood to please refresh my memory. I know that the commission did approve the $2 million that we placed in the budget for the essential mechanical and refrigeration system. But when did we have public hearings and public input and on the rest of the expansion?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll go ahead and answer that. We had, for the new commissioners, Robert and myself presented at the long range plan of January 25th of 2020. And we both reviewed the renovations, both the interior renovations and the expansion that we were proposing based on the deficiencies of the arena and the 2018 assessment.
And did we have anything where we alerted the public that this was going to be discussed? And did the commission vote on an approval of what parts to do and what parts not to do?
No, we basically had input well, the Parks Board, of course, reviewed it as they were trying to develop their priority list for projects for the bond. And I don't think after the January of this year's presentation at the long range plan, then of course COVID hit, and we were sort of on hold until recent. And then of course the bond election happened last week, but no, there was just good exchange of information and communication, both this year's long range plan, and we had previously, Commissioner, to last year, a long range plan. That same plan was presented, and that was the first initiation of the plan to the public for input, both at the commission level and any other input with the park board.
I would think that people who use the ice arena would comment, and as well as people, if I recall correctly, there were people residents who were not in favor of using millions of dollars to improve the ice arena. And I think we have to give the public a chance to comment on this. I realize the Parks and Rec bond was just approved, but there may be other things that our citizens feel are more important than this. And I would want to hear from them before we approve 5 million. We've already approved 2 million for the essentials, but before I would want to approve an additional $3 million, I would want to hear from some members of the public who really think this is the first priority of the Parks and Rec bond.
Go ahead, Ms. Wood.
Oh, thanks. Well, you did hear a little bit from some of the user groups. They did present, they were at the mic at the long range plan meetings, the Hockey Association, the Birmingham Unified, and also the Birmingham Hockey Association. And I think, you know, we established this priority list and the essential, you know, the 47-year-old rink not only serves at the ice arena it also is our Parks and Recreation office for our staff. And I think through both all the last, since 18, 19, and 20, the project has been vetted pretty extensively, also with the promotion of the bond and the Q&A and the frequently asked questions. We answered much of that with the community.
Thank you.
Commissioner Baller, go ahead, please.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I was going to make the point that Lauren just made about we told the community what we intended to do with the bond money. My concern is that we get the best possible product. My concern is with oversight of the design process in particular. I wonder if we need to shotgun this through before next fall. What's the rush? Or could it wait till the following fall? But if it does, whatever the timeline happens to be, number one, I think we can get public input on the design. We've already gotten public input. 70% of an enormous number of voters for Birmingham voted in favor of this thing after we told them precisely what we were going to spend the money on. So getting further input from them on the design is important, and getting good oversight of the architects to me is really essential. And so I would ask you to address, you know, you want, as an owner's representative, you want a client here in the city, somebody to talk to and make decisions, right? Well, our city manager is leaving, but we do have an architectural review committee that is it's appointed by the commission, whom we trust with decisions, who intervened recently on the design of a firehouse on Maple, and the result was pretty good. So whatever the timeline is, and you can address why we need to rush it if we need to rush it. I wish you would, I hope you will address how we're going to get good oversight from the get-go of the design and who exactly is going to be working with you guys to make the decisions and choices.
Commissioner Sherman.
I'm also wondering why we're rushing this through and not making sure we have that design. But also, we've promised the public that there were going to be public engagement opportunities to plan these things before we sent them out for bid or started drafting construction documents. And I'm just looking right now at one of our Facebook posts. We anticipate early projects will include Adams Park, Booth Park corner feature, and improvements at the ice arena. Keep an eye out for updates. So where's the public being invited to plan this? Yes, the vote passed, but we told them specifically they were going to have input in these projects. Well, this is kind of shortcutting that input.
Mayor Pro Tem Long.
If Lauren wants to answer that question first.
I'd like to get some answers to the questions that have already been asked.
Ms. Wood, do you have answers for Commissioner Baller?
Sure. I understand the questions and the concerns definitely, and the public will get more input from the public. What today's purpose is, you're not approving the $5.1 million project. You're approving us engaging Plant Moran Cressler Services to start serving as our owner's rep, however long that may take, to get design done, a good design done, to have good oversight, to get input from the Parks and Rec board level, to get input with Robert's already been working with all the user groups, and they've actually provided some sample plans of a team locker room and things of that nature. So we've been rolling up our sleeves and working really diligently with the user groups. And we do plan to take intermittent steps of next steps with this project to the Parks Board and broadcast and advertise input. So I can answer that end of it. And then, Robert, were you gonna chime in on the oversight and a few of the other questions?
Yeah, I just want to make a point here that, we've been discussing this project for quite some time and talking to individual user groups associated with the rink. And as far as the time frame, I just want to express the fact that your ice arena is a ticking time bomb as far as its mechanical systems. Right now, you have 4 ceiling hung dehumidification units in the main rink, and only 1 unit works right now. You also have experienced a leak in the piping distribution system that's underneath the concrete slab of the main ice arena. And this occurred in February of 2017. You were very lucky to find that leak and seal it, but these leaks will continue to crop up, and it may render an unusable ice arena like it did over at Berkeley, where they had to actually shut down their arena because of they didn't really plan for this. They didn't put the investment in. So they decided to close that facility. In August of 2019, your compressor had an issue where in order to make it operational, someone had to drive over to Chicago to pick up a part for this particular antiquated pump. So there's a lot of different issues that are occurring with the arena, and I'm just want to make sure that everybody understands the critical nature of the mechanical systems for this facility.
Thank you, Mrs. Stampian. Mayor Pro Tem Long, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Boutros. I would just like to reiterate the amount of public engagement that's gone on already. The excellent 2018 Plant Moran Cressler report was presented both at the City Commission and at the Parks and Rec Board. There was substantial public interest and input and response, and all of the discussion about the options that were presented in that report, whether it was replacing the facility in its entirety or doing what has been laid out as the minimal things necessary to address its functionality, which is the mechanical repairs to the floor before we turn it on again next fall, making the locker rooms and the hallways ADA compliant, adding the team locker room, which has been requested by the users over and over and over again, and for which they have agreed to spend money leasing. And then the extra conference room, or the extra room that could be rented out for birthday parties by the second sheet of ice. Those are the minimal, least expensive options that were presented to us as a way to modernize the facility and increase its revenue stream. They were well vetted at the Parks and Rec Board. They were as part of the last master plan. They were vetted again at the Parks and Rec Board as part of the bond planning. They were presented as part of the bond. They were on the city website. Questions and answers were asked at the city website. And as Lauren said, this request is just to engage Plant Moran Cressa, not to prevent any additional public input about the proposed nature of these plans, which would occur again at the Parks and Recs Board. And it's true, it would be lovely if we could just do the mechanical part and delay the renovations, but we've been led to understand that that would be kind of a foolhardy way to go, because it would be much more cost effective to do everything at once rather than shutting the ice arena down over 2 different seasons. And we've been advised time and time again that the mechanical can't wait. And as if I can relay an anecdote, Connie Folk says a novena before she turns the chillers on every year, and she's a little worried that one year it's not going to work. We have to do the mechanical repairs, and it only makes sense to do the construction at the same time. So I apologize if there's any sense. Obviously, I have a vested interest in this at the commission that there wasn't adequate input. I believe that there has been and that there will continue to be.
All right, Commissioner Huff, you're muted, but go ahead. Eric, can you unmute Commissioner Huff, please? Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. I don't think, I personally have no objection to the mechanical and refrigeration system being improved. We already approved that. In our budgeting, we approved 2 million, the estimate of 2 million included in this fiscal year. So I anticipated that that would be done. I don't know exactly when, but I anticipated that has been budgeted and that will be done. It's the additional $3 million for the other renovations, which I have no doubt they may be needed, but I just think we have to get public input before we spend $3 million on this. And I don't recall hearing that public input.
Commissioner Baller, go ahead.
We're not spending $3 million. I would,
yes,
Mayor, we are not spending $3 million.
Is about to clarify that.
May I, please? We are spending $145,800 to hire a contractor who's already involved in the project and will bring us plans. And at that point, we can get input from the community. We can get input from the community anytime. We can start getting input from the community tomorrow. Okay? So we're not short circuiting anything here. We're not rushing anything here. We are on a relatively tight timeline, as has been described. But I think if we do what we're being asked to do tonight, we're not offending anyone in the community, because the community has had ample opportunity to weigh in on this, including at the polls last week. So I'm gonna ask again one more time for a more direct answer from the gentleman from Plant Moran. How do you anticipate that we should or will choose a representative to act as the client in this case and deal with the architects on the design?
Well, what we're doing is we're acting as your owner's agent, your trusted advisor, like we do for many of our municipal clients. And we're kind of your eyes and ears for this whole entire process. So we have an RFP process for the professionals. We have a criteria-based selection that we develop with the city of Birmingham to outline exactly what's important to you as far as a procurement of these professionals.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to interrupt you because
Oh.
I asked a very direct question based on information that is in the material that you provided, that the city is responsible for appointing someone to work with you and act as the client, more or less, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry.
How do we do that? Who typically serves in that role? And is it reasonable to expect a small committee of 3 people that we have already called the Architectural Review Committee to be that, to fulfill that role?
Go ahead, Mrs. Stampen.
Yes, whether it's a committee of 3, you know, or if it's Lauren or someone else that you would appoint, we would prefer someone that we can have direct contact with for this engagement.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
I would just like to state, Mayor Boutros, if you go back to the fire station example, or Commissioner Baller, the fire station example that you gave, the Architectural Review Committee did not serve as the client, which is probably beyond their scope, but they were asked to comment on the proposed design before it was implemented and as we all know, made great improvements on it. And that would probably be a process that worked this time. If we can get some commitment that the ARC would be shown preliminary drawings and allowed to make suggestions, I think that would achieve your ends.
Yep. Okay, commissioners, I think it's getting late. May I entertain a motion? May we move forward? I think it's clear where most of things get clarified to us. I think it's needed. It's past due.
Mayor, I'll move the suggested resolution.
Excuse me, I had my hand up, Mayor.
Go. I didn't see your hand. Go ahead, Commissioner Nikita.
Yeah, I think that we're jumping one step ahead here. And again, I think that this has been reviewed in different circumstances of the process, mainly in the Parks and Rec realm consistently. And I understand it's had thorough vetting through there. The $5 million project, of which $2 million we've fully reviewed at the city commission level and approved, but the $3 million part, which is the expansion and the design of a number of other elements, not just maintenance, has not been brought up thoroughly or properly or typically in the manner that any project of this scale. $3 million is not something minimal. It's a reasonable amount of money and a reasonable project. And it hasn't been in front of the commission properly, which we have not reviewed properly, and we have not had public comment, and the transparency is not there. It's to say that whatever happened at the board level, the Parks and Rec Board, was sufficient, and it was reviewed to us in a long-range planning review, which is, as we all know, is very, very limited and is not the place where we have significant public input. It's not a focused piece of our agenda, which is typically how something like this goes. To take it directly to our consultant who would implement a design, which is what we're asking tonight, take $145,000, give it to a consultant and implement a design, which has not been in front of the commission properly. So we're missing a step here. So I don't understand why we are jumping from board to implementation without a review at the city commission level. That's the issue at hand. That's the concern that I have, and I've heard from other commissioners that have the same concern. This would be as if the planning board had done some slup review and we started implementing it. We just had it to implement. We didn't have a review. We didn't have public comment. We didn't have it on our agenda item as an agenda item. That's the equivalent of this. So I'm not against looking at doing this. I see that we have the funds to do it if we think it's a proper thing to do, but we're missing a proper step in the process, and that's what I think we need to do. My suggestion is we put it on our agenda. have a review, a full review in as an element of our agenda to talk about the $3 million expansion that we plan, have public comment. It's going to take an extra so many weeks, and then we can move to implementation if we all feel that we're comfortable with that. That's what's missing. If we truly want transparency, that's the way it needs to be done, in my opinion. And to jump directly to the implementation of a design with the consultant is missing a step.
Mayor Pro Tem Long, please.
I would like to state that, you know, that the engagement is not just the $3 million, it's also the $2 million for the mechanical. And I believe that we could move on the engagement of Plant Moran Cressa for the year, as Lauren has suggested, and still have the session at the City Commission meeting as soon as possible that Commissioner Nikita is requesting. I would have assumed that all this would come back to the City Commission before contracts for any of that work was approved anyway. But I think we could proceed on 2 tracks and not delay the work that needs to be started on the refrigeration system.
Commissioner Baller, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to move the suggested resolution.
Okay. Commissioner Sherman?
Actually, I have a question. I'm not seconding that.
Oh, okay.
Second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem. Commissioner Sherman.
So my question is, you know, based on what Mayor Pro Tem Long just said, would this be limited to working only on the refrigeration system and the mechanicals? Is that what's being proposed?
Well,
what I seconded. That's not what
I see people shaking their heads. So it is not what Mayor Pro Tem Long just suggested.
She didn't suggest that.
Promotion.
No, she did. That's exactly what she just suggested. So
what
this
she
is
said was,
not.
what she said was that this would come before us.
Commissioner Baller, once
time for this stuff to come before us.
Commissioner Baller, please, let me give you the floor first, if you don't mind. Let's not talk 3 people at the same time. Commissioner Sherman, so I don't want to speak for Mayor Pro Tem Long, but I believe Mayor Pro Tem Long had mentioned the importance of moving this, not to delay, because the 2 million part is to do the mechanical in HVAC, and it's kind of urgency. I mean, we're hearing from our consultant that we trust to hire, from our director of DPS, and the fear of employees going there, that the arena is going to crumble the next day on us. I mean, this is.
I understand what you're saying, Mr. Mayor, but the comment was that we have to do that 2 million, and that has already been vetted by the commission. That is accurate.
Mayor Pro Tem Long, can you clarify what you said?
Yes, my request was, or my suggestion was, that we approve this motion and the scope of work as it is written, and to have at the same time schedule the hearings at the City Commission so that the commission can fully understand and vet the project. Certainly, if they want to make suggestions as that vetting occurs, we could have the meeting next week. We could have it in the next 2 meetings. But it makes no financial sense for the city to move forward on the refrigeration as a separate project and then delay any sort of renovations to an additional year. It will be much more costly. It would involve shutting the ice arena down twice. And so my suggestion was that we move forward on the resolution as it's written, and also schedule as soon as possible hearings at the City Commission that will give you the level of comfort and transparency that you desire.
I appreciate that. That wasn't what I heard.
Okay.
You know, the key is going to be allowing the public the opportunity to provide input to a facility that is used more than half the time by non-residents, and to make a decision whether this is how they want to spend those bond proceeds. The issue could come up that, yes, we do want to do it, or no, we don't, or they may want something totally different. And that, I think, is what we have to come up with. You know, I have no problem with you know, the planning for the mechanicals, because that was budgeted, that did go through a public hearing. The rest of it, I probably would suggest they don't spend a lot of time with it until after we have those public hearings.
Okay, comments, Commissioner Hoff on the motion, please.
Yes, I had a question about, we've approved the mechanical and refrigeration system. When we approve this, Lauren, what is the process? Who were we going to hire? Plant Moran Cressa to oversee this, the mechanical and refrigeration? Was that included, their oversight of that part of the project in the $2 million cost?
Yes. We were going to, in fact, I was going to take something to the commission in October, which would have been prior to the election, to engage their services to start working on this. But then Mr. Valentine and myself decided to hold off because we were getting so close to the election that we could dovetail these for efficiency purposes, dovetail this together and proceed as one package rather than two separate packages.
Okay. Commissioner, we really have to move on. It's midnight. I'm gonna have to give it to last comment. Please, Commissioner Nikita, make it short. It's midnight, and I would be blamed that I don't know how to run meetings, but go ahead.
To our consultant, Robert, the question that seems to be coming up here, and I guess I would ask if we approve this, which the $145,000 that goes to doing this, and we understand that we've already reviewed the maintenance aspect, the $2 million maintenance aspect of this, which has been done properly. Can you, with that approval, do what we've discussed here, where you can bring to us the $3 million segment and the design of those elements as in the near term, as a presentation for public review and for city commission review, and not affect your work? Because my concern is that you put it out already to working toward a consultant, but this gives us one opportunity to take a look at that, and you can work at two levels with this approval. Is that possible? If I could.
Yes, and that's a great point, Mr. Makita. What we'd like to do with the engagement of the architect is to look at it and master plan the whole project and parcel out perhaps the locker expansion or the multi-purpose room expansion, because we'll get an understanding of those costs if we bid it out, if we have it already designed by the professionals. But yes, I think there's going to be opportunity for input on the design through this process. And, I think it's prudent to master plan this going forward and, understand how it impacts the rink design going forward.
Okay. Commissioner Waller, I'm not gonna.
We have to do an RFP for the architect, do we not?
Correct.
Okay, so, I mean, to suggest that we're approving a design tonight or that this is going to move forward without any further review is just crazy.
Okay.
I would like to call the previous question.
Yeah, but before we go there, we have a motion. It's seconded. I need to allow the public on comment on the motion before we call the vote. Any public comment? Do we see any hand? Oh, Mr. Bloom, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, David Bloom.
Yes.
And it is late, and I certainly don't want Mr. Mary to be blamed for not running a meeting. I am one of the 70% of voters who voted for the parks bond. So what I'm about to say may come as a surprise to some. This is nearly half of the bond amount. And if the community as a whole decides this is a specific project that we want to do and we want to spend that money, I'm not going to oppose it. But this ice arena serves way more than people in Birmingham. It serves an entire community. And I for one, want to understand the financial viability of this ice rink and how much Birmingham taxpayers are supporting versus the enjoyment and use from other communities. And I understand that other people pay, but I think there needs to be, I actually agree with Commissioners Nikita, Sherman, and Hoff that we need to look at delaying this, not long, but to schedule some urgent meetings so the public can understand how much money we're looking at and the finances of the taxpayers of Birmingham continuing to finance this. And again, if people in the community overwhelmingly want to spend this money and want to do this, and it's a good financial investment or it's a good community investment for this ice rink, fine. But it is a huge chunk of this parks bond. And this parks bond is for everybody. It's not just for the people that skate. And I think we need to do some more due diligence, and get some more input and make sure that there's enough people in the community that support doing this specific project and spending this kind of money. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom. With that, I'll bring it back to the commission. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Ballard,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
No.
Commissioner Hoff,
No.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
No.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes. All right, with that, we go to item F as in Frank, commission discussion on items from prior meeting. We have none. Item G as in George, commission items for future discussion. Any items from the commission for future discussion? Seeing none, we move on to item 8, which is removed from consent agenda. We have none. Communication, we had received a letter from Birmingham Roast Establishment regarding some zoning change. But I'm not sure if there's anyone from Birmingham Roast still here and still wish to speak. I apologize, we're running late in our city business, but we have Mr. Dillon, I think, with us. Mr. Dillon, do you have, the floor is yours. You're unmuted. Go ahead, please, introduce yourself and tell us what you have to say for us.
Sure thing. Thank you. I'll keep it short due to the time of the hour. I would like to start off by just saying I wanted to run by the proposal of having the enclosed patio with the sidewall and windows to operate not only this winter due to the COVID restrictions, but also for following winters as well. What we've noticed is with Birmingham being a walkable community and how we've been able to designate this patio to our space, we've seen tremendous success in terms of customers and community members, and a lot of support from the mayor's office and the commissioner staffs, a lot of familiar faces I've seen on this call. And we're looking to continue that and keep that energy through the winter months for not only this season, but seasons to follow as well. Our capital investment in doing this the right way, just like we do everything else in our establishment, is pretty extensive. And, to make this type of investment, we just want reassurance that year over year, we will be able to set up the proper winter patio with windows in place and have everything function without any type of issue or, non-compliance from the city. So what we're requiring is, we were informed, we had worked with Joe Valentine, my manager, Andrew Vickers, and I, and we were told that the walls for the winter patios that they're allowing, like the enclosures, are only going to be allowed for this coming season. Am I correct by saying that?
Yes, you are.
So my my objective and my goal prior to continuing this process was just to get some reassurance and be able to kind of voice in order for me to make this investment and really fit the aesthetic of the city and upkeep the name we're all proud of. I want to be reassured that I can continue with this investment and have this for seasons to follow, and whatever it takes on our end to make that possible, we're willing to consider and do. We'll make sure that the aesthetic of the fixture fits everything in need, the building, the community, so on and so forth. Just looking to seek approval if that's something that we can consider.
Thank you, Mr. Dillon, for your comment. Commissioner Sherman, you have a question?
I did. Because this patio is on private property, does that change the equation? Do we regulate outdoor seating? I'm not talking about the structure itself, but the outdoor seating is there a limit? Do they have the same limits that where we have situations where it's on sidewalk or on patios or on platforms rather?
Is this directed toward me?
No, it's actually directed towards the city manager. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Joe, would you like to answer that? I mean, I was gonna answer it, but go ahead. Floor is yours, Joe.
Okay, thank you. No, my understanding is that at the present time, the zoning ordinance doesn't allow for this past the summer months. So you'd have to amend the zoning ordinance to allow for all year round outdoor dining, or outdoor dining year round with enclosures.
Even if it's on private property?
Can you repeat the question, Commissioner Sherman?
Even if it's on private property. I'm thinking, for example, does 220, are they required to take all their tables inside, or could they leave them outside and use them during the winter? If they chose to do so.
That's a
That's my understanding. That is permitted only for the season based on the current provisions of the zoning ordinance. And to do something all year round would require modification.
Commissioner Baller, go ahead.
Yeah, my apologies. Is it Mr. Dillon or is Dillon your first name?
Mr.
It's Mr. That's correct.
Mr. Dillon, I want to apologize. I mean, this is a good thing. We're a local legislative body. We act by enacting laws, right? Or changing laws that are already on the books. So I applaud the fact that you have come forward with this. I'm not sure it's the most expedient way to do it, but the thing that has to happen is that somebody has to propose either some new legislation or some amendment to existing legislation. That can be done by you. It could be done by me. It could be done by our city staff. In our city, it almost always comes from city staff, but it doesn't have to. And you can influence by pushing city staff to do it, or you can hire an attorney to suggest it, or you could persuade one of us to propose it. Frankly, I don't know what needs to be done here, but I would suggest to the rest of the commission that we ask city staff to look into this and come back to us, because I suspect you're not the only one in town who would like to have this assurance. So that's what I would suggest, and I don't know if it's appropriate or not to make a motion to have city staff do a report on this and make some suggestions to us, but I'll go ahead and do that. I move that the planning division come back as soon as they can with some kind of report on what this is all about, what we'd have to do to satisfy you, what the ramifications would be, some indication of interest among other businesses. So that's my motion.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Host. Commissioner Nikita, go ahead.
Yeah, this is something that I've participated in. Andy, the manager, has talked to me about this a number of times, and I encouraged him to talk to Joe, who encouraged him to send a letter, and this has been a process that's been going on. So I would say that this issue of going into the winter is an issue that needs to be looked at broader than their issue. I think we need to think about it probably on two tracks. The difference being ones with alcohol, specifically bistros, have different requirements and different approvals, and there are different things that we have to consider. And therefore, that is a separate track. So I would encourage us to move on this as soon as possible, on the track dealing with what they are dealing with, which is no alcohol on public property, which seems to be pretty simple as a solution to look at something that's, you know, that we can address, to give them confidence to do this in seasons in the future. When it comes to others, we need to, I think, look at that separately, but I encourage that we need to look at that too, because there are obviously the bistros and such that are looking for investment this year for COVID, but they would like to consider next year and beyond. And that's all a whole different issue relative to being open in the winter or not. So it's two different tracks. This track to me is pretty simple and straightforward. And I would say we should aggressively pursue this and then see where we can get some answers to this establishment and others that are like it.
Correct. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hoff, go ahead.
Well, I think that this is very appropriate for item G. It didn't come up during item G, but that's where it should be. A motion is required to bring the item up for future discussion at the next reasonable agenda. No discussion on the topic will happen tonight, and that's what I'd suggest, that we don't discuss it any further, but that we do have it on a future agenda. And Commissioner Ballard made.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah, we do have a motion and seconded, Commissioner Hoff. I see your comment well taken, as we want to respect the process and when to make motions. Usually we really listen to the interest person of the establishment of Birmingham Roasting, which we did, reflecting to the letter that he sent us, and then we just don't make any motions on that, and we move on and we follow up with you. But I think right now, motion was made and seconded. And I just want to echo Commissioner Nikita's point. It is two separate things. I see it as this is a non-liquor establishment. And also on the liquor establishment, there's also two categories. One that suits in on a private property versus non-private. And it makes a big difference because that's something that for our city staff to look in, that private property bistros versus non-private properties bistros also on the same dialogue of the interest looking into those exceptions that we have to make, especially now during COVID and what's after COVID. But with that, I believe how we're going to proceed right now, we don't have to, we can call the vote, or we can just withdraw the motion. Commissioner Ballard, do you mind withdrawing that?
No, I just want to vote on it. If you want to deny it based on Commissioner Hoff's comments, then vote to deny it.
comment was that it's appropriate.
Correct.
Okay, well,
It's just out of order, but it's appropriate.
Correct.
it is what it is.
All right, Mr. Dillon, for you not to get confused, this is all internal stuff, regardless what you had. We appreciate your letter. We appreciate your interest. And I believe right now, I will leave it up to the commission. Will the clerk call the vote, please?
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Dillon. Good luck, and we'll follow up with you. I guess we'll see what the next step is. Thank you so much. We love the Birmingham Roast. Great coffee, great place to hang out. Keep up what you're doing. It's really creating it revived that corner that has been dead for years. Now you really made us made it a destination for Birmingham residents and for visitors and that comes from all over. You're doing a great job.
That big time. We couldn't have done it without your guys' support. You know, the mayor's office, all the commissioners, Commissioner Nikita specifically has always offered continued support. Joe Valentine, city manager, you know, just kudos to the staff and the members and elected officials all around. You guys are phenomenal, and I'm really grateful to be a part of your city.
Thank you. We are too. Thank you so much.
Take care. Good night, all.
Have a wonderful night. With that, we go to reports. Commissioner reports, notice of intent, Board of Review in Birmingham Triangle District Corridor Improvement Authority. Commissioner comments. Any comments? Commissioner Host.
Yeah, I'm going to attempt to be brief, but I guarantee you I will not repeat myself. Last Thursday night, whether you know this or not, Pat Andrews had her 99th birthday, and a group of the neighborhood, in keeping with she being the historian and the matriarch of the neighborhood, put together an unbelievable outside birthday party for her at around 4:45. The lead fire engine came southbound from Corton School, and there had to be a minimum of 30 cars behind the fire engine, and they were all dressed up like, the cars were all dressed up with beautiful banners and everything, and I'm going to say at least 150 people were involved, and it was the media was there. I hope we hear about it in the newspapers. Commissioner Hoff was kind enough to say nice things about Alex Baldwin, Bingham, and how things went for the election. I want to remind everybody, the day after we swore her in, we got a letter from her previous boss that was the finest letter of recommendation I've ever seen in my life, and I've done a gazillion of them. But I also want to compliment Cheryl Arf for being here. She doesn't have to be here. She wanted to retire, and to have her help Alex through this year, we are blessed with some amazing employees. Lastly, I want to mention that when we do get around to an RFP for legal services, I have a third option for you, and it's the Varner Law Firm, who are in Birmingham and more than willing to do the RFP if the other two don't work out. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you, Commissioner Host. Any other comments? I'd like to make two brief comments just to acknowledge and recognize Birmingham City has been recognized as top city for business support. This is something in the annual e-city study. Birmingham was honored as a 5-star community for entrepreneurial growth and economic development. This is something to be proud of. This annual, briefly, just to let you know what that is, the annual e-city study is conducted by researchers at iLabs, University of Michigan, in Dearborn Center for Innovation Research. The 2020 e-city study analyzed publicly available data from 277 communities from 54 counties in Michigan, and Birmingham was honored, as I said, as a 5-star community, along with 110 other community across the state. Don't want to indulge more. I'm so proud to be part of the city and this recognition, and also salute and kudos to our executive shopping district, executive director of the Birmingham Shopping District, Ingrid Tai. Congratulations to her as she was recognized as the 2020 Cranes Notable Veteran. We're proud to have you. Congratulations to you. And that will conclude my comments. And with that, we go to item C, advisory boards, committees, commission reports and agendas. Item D, legislation. Item E, staff. And with that, thank you. It was a wonderful night, and have a lovely evening, and we'll talk soon. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.